morning, darts fans, and welcome to Wednesday here in Group A. It will be the conclusion of Group A, and it is a brilliant day for darts. Matt Dennant and Ciaran Teehan are waiting in the wings for the very first game. But before we get there, we're going to tell you about what happened yesterday. A very tumultuous Tuesday where we saw some really good darts from the number one man, Matt Dennant. As you can see, from his 5 games, he did win all 5. Now, we will get into the whole scheme of form from yesterday throughout the course of the next few hours. Now, Matt Dennant did get all of the best leg difference yesterday and the most points, but the fact of the matter is, at times, it was Scott Marsh in second position on the table, as you can see, on 8 points, who had the better statistics. He was the best player on the outer ring, on the doubles and the bullseyes, but Ciaran Teehan missed an opportunity. You can see he's in third position. If he'd have beaten Matt Dennant in match 15 yesterday, he would have finished on the top of the table. But a 4-0 victory for Dennant gives him the impetus going into Wednesday. The final day of Group A will see Ryan Murray, James Richardson and Simon Stevenson maybe fighting for position, and the top 3 will probably see the winner come from that group there. We're going to start with Ciaran Teehan and Matt Dennant, which was the last fixture of yesterday, as today's fixtures are flipped around. So, everybody sit down, get yourself a cup of tea, enjoy all of the coverage on Sporty Stuff TV over the next 4 and a bit hours, because it is Group A to a climax from here. So let's go down to the board for Game 1. Matt Dennant back and undefeated from Tuesday. Had his best performance in his game against Ciaran Teehan yesterday. So if he can mimic that, he will find himself with a 4-point advantage going into his second game of the day, which will be in match 5 against Scott Marsh, his closest challenger in the table. So this is a very important morning for Matt, because only one person from Group A can progress to Saturday's finals. The other players will have to go through Groups B and C, and we'll talk about that in due course. But if you come through this group, like this 30-year-old from Walsall can today, then maybe he can have Thursday and Friday off and be fresh for finals on Saturday night. So Teehan starts today on 6 points. And like I said about 42. 2 minutes ago, if he'd have beaten Matt Dennant in Game 15 yesterday, he would have found himself potentially at the top himself.
85.
And this group would have been more condensed. But in a strange way, 30 points were on offer yesterday, and everybody wound up with a 89. Different total after Tuesday. Only Simon Stevenson without a victory from Tuesday, and he is, without 59. A doubt, playing for position in the table for the next 2 days. Because if Dennant wins this game, Stevenson is not going to catch him.
125.
Let's talk about that final game from yesterday then, because Dennant averaged 100.2, one of his best displays in the Online Darts Live League. 4 legs to 0, and the only 4-0 scoreline from yesterday.
85.
Teehan didn't play well, he would admit that. Averaged under 70, his worst average of the day. But maybe he just hit the wall a little
93.
Bit. He'll be a lot more fresh for this challenge here. He did have 160 checkout yesterday, funnily enough.
140.
And the next best thing to hitting it, leaving yourself on a manageable double leg double 10.
95. Ciaran Teehan 20.
Double 10 for the first leg. Just a bit too close. Has to open up that bed by stepping to the left. May have to go a little bit further left now. He's not sure he can see it at all. He's very tall. He might be able to go over the top.
No score.
If he loses this leg, he's going to feel a bit cursed. He's not going to lose it
93.
at that visit, at least. Has a chance to fix the situation. Double 5. That's a lovely little bounce into the green segment. Maybe not the best start for Ciaran Teehan, but at least he's got his first leg against Matt Dennant this week.
Second leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
I think it's key as well that Teehan has the darts in this match. Matt was able to get that really good start yesterday in match 15.
42.
And consequently, Teehan was not able to come back. But overall yesterday, Matt Dennant averaged 89.61. His best performance, like I said,
100.
was in match 15 against Ciaran. 6 maximums, 2 ton plus checkouts, his best being a 1-2-4.
137.
He had equally the best leg of the day. He had 2 12 darters. Scott Marsh consequently got 3.
55.
But every department looked pretty solid. And ultimately it added up to 10 points for Matt.
44.
Checkout percentage of just under 35%. Now that is maybe the only thing he wants to vastly improve on. These guys want to be at 40%.
100.
Most of them weren't, but that's where they want to be.
60.
And today's a very different day. The amount of times I've seen in the live league where someone has a really good first day and then day 2 doesn't seem to click.
77.
Matt will be very wary of that, and he'll want to get points on the board early, just to try and keep the likes of
96.
Marsh and Teehan at bay. Now, winning this match for Matt will put a 3-win gap in his favour over his opponent in this match. And with only 4 matches remaining, that is a massive
97.
gap.
Matt, your car 122.
418s in bull. Can only find 2 singles.
90.
Eventually finds the
Ciaran Teehan
54.
72.
But Teehan is in for a 6-visit break. Double top.
32. Matt,
Just a
you
bit too
require
safe on that
32.
one. And Matt has dodged a bullet.
Game shot on the
A
second
lovely
leg,
dart.
Matt Dennant.
20 darts to complete that second leg. He doesn't care about the amount of darts as long as he gets the leg registered. But that brilliant technician does find the mark for 1-1.
They'd like Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
And I must stress how good a technician Matt Dennant is. I talked about it on Tuesday. Just a lovely throw to watch.
60.
Next time Teehan comes to the hockey, just look at his right elbow and look at it go to his right. It's all part of that very compact throw. He's just trying to make sure that his arms are not too far away from his body.
134.
And you see that elbow just goes to his right a little bit as the dart comes towards the centre of his face.
57.
But yesterday, Ciaran would admit that there were positive signs.
60.
An average of 87.08 for the day with 3 maximums. His checkout percentage was very close to 40%. And he had the most ton plus checkouts
39.
of any player. He had 4 of them. 2 of them were very big. 148 and a 160.
140.
Ordinarily, a 160 would be the best of the day, but Scott Marsh got a 170 in his first game of the day against Simon Stevenson in Game 2 on Tuesday. But if you look at Teehan
96.
and his
Matt, you require
history in this
167.
event, yesterday's performance was a slight improvement on what we've seen by about a point in his average, and on his
58.
checkouts, a big improvement. Up by about 7% on his live league career.
108.
There is
Matt,
his
you
first
require
maximum of the day.
109.
Indeed, the first maximum of this match. And it could be telling.
57.
Matt Dennant was
Ciaran
in
Teehan,
control of this
69.
leg until that 180 was hit. Missed a shot for 2-0. And misses a shot for 2-1.
Matt, you require 52.
He could now be 2-1 down. Double 16. Doesn't work. But double 8 does. And that has to be something to do with the confidence that he gained yesterday. He looks like a player who just refuses to be beaten.
First. Game on.
Vital break of throw for Dennant, who is now at the halfway point first. It's not a big average.
59.
It's only 80. Doubles are good at 50%. Lots of time to improve, but you don't want to have one of those nerve-shredding games to start. How much you would love to win by 4 legs to 1 or 4 legs to 2 and just always be in control of the match. Get that 12th point.
57.
Get on the winning table and then start on the right footing. And leave all the stress to everybody else.
$140.
In this game, you can see the difference in height between the players.
96.
It's never really an advantage to be taller. If you look at some of the greats over the years, like Phil Taylor, Jockey Wilson, Robert Thornton, they were all well under
35.
6 feet tall. But then you look at Vincent van der Voort, and you look at Remy van Barneveld, and Dennis Smith, for instance, very
100.
tall men. You just have to find a comfortable style that is repetitive and reliable.
90.
First to the finish, once again, is Teehan. He has to go back to 20s here. You do not want to leave 1-3-1. That's what he's thinking.
59.
I know it's only 59, but that was well thought out. Another one there. He gave it a chance. He was going for the left side of that 60.
104.
Doesn't get there, and Dennant has an opportunity. 4-3-1. Double 5. That is a stunning check out. And we have to have another look at that. Goes right under that first dart, nestles it in, double 5, in rhythm, and out she pops.
This leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
But just as impressive as that checkout was the leave of 130. If he stayed on the 19s with his previous dart to that
100.
visit and left 131, the checkout is much more difficult. That's the sign of a really good thinking dart player. Leave the shots that give you the best opportunity
57.
of winning the leg, and 130 is a darn sight easier than 131. Taking that a little bit further, you'd rather have 132 than 131 or 133 because of the complexity of the finish.
100.
If you want to get better as a dart player, they're the kind of things that you need to implement into your game. Bit of a slip into the 3 there from Ciaran. And Dennant is still alive for that 4-1 victory potentially.
55.
But maybe not now. A dart ahead with the darts. From this position, you should be bringing it to 3-2.
132.
He's had the better average throughout this game, the Irishman.
100. Ciaran require 96.
Not by much, only by 3 points. But he's got 6 darts from here, and 56 as a layup
56.
is more than fine. But if you look at the doubles so far for Ciaran, it's one hit from 8 attempts.
Ciaran require 40.
And that could be a costly
20.
miss.
Matt, you require
Dennant
49.
has snuck up on him and left 49 for the match. Double 8 again. And it's a
Game shot on the
match-winning
match.
shot.
Matt
And a
Dennant.
huge 2 points for Matt Dennant, who again gets the victory against the Irishman. It's nowhere near as good as it was in match 15 yesterday. The average from Dennant is a good 19 points down, but he doesn't care because over the course of the 2 games, he's won 8 legs to 1, and he is now 6 points ahead of Teehan in the table. It's up to James Richardson and Simon Stevenson to play for position in the table, you feel now, with Richardson 10 points behind the leader and Simon Stevenson 12 points behind. They're playing for position in the table, and they will do battle when we come back. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and it's time to look at the other end of the table. Unfortunately, these two do not look like they're going to qualify, so they will do battle for 2 points, but it may be key where they finish in the table. The man from Plymouth, who is the age of 50 now, so he's eligible for the World Seniors events. I'm sure he won't like me mentioning that. But Simon Stevenson is back to try and get his first win of the week. And James Richardson, who has been in really good form recently, the 48-year-old from Northamptonshire,
Game on.
will be surprised to come into Wednesday with only 2 points in the table. And indeed, the only 2 points he got yesterday was against Simon Stevenson.
60.
let's pick the bones out of Simon's performances yesterday, and it makes for somewhat puzzling reading.
81.
I spoke to him briefly this morning, and he said, I just want to get a win today. And I don't blame him for that mindset, because it's not like he performed poorly statistically.
100.
He averaged 88.6 for the day. He had a best average of 94.61. Now, obviously, all of his averages were losing averages.
83.
But it was as if most people played their best game against him. The best example of that is that Scott Marsh in Game 2 yesterday
100.
had the best game of the day of anybody against him, averaging 101.83. And let's not forget, Scott Marsh didn't miss a
93.
double either. So the stats tell you a bit of a strange story for Simon. His checkouts were 38%.
140.
Here's what's weird. That's the third best one from yesterday. And he wound up at the bottom of the table with no points.
96. Simon, you require 101.
He'll be hoping to change that today. And he could easily have a much better time of it. Double top for the first leg.
61. James, you require 148.
We are not going to see another 148.
60. Simon, you require 40.
Teehan hit that yesterday, and plenty of people hit tops.
Game shot on the
Stevenson
first leg.
does
Simon
find a
Stevenson.
17 darter to start things off, so that's very symptomatic of the kind of play he was putting in yesterday. Very good, he just has to get more legs in the bank.
James to throw first. Game on.
As for James, a running average less than Simon of 86.04. James's best performance did come against Simon Stevenson
60.
yesterday to get those 2 points, but James was very disappointed with his doubles for Tuesday. Checkered percentage of less than 27%. That was the smallest of any player. He had his usual cluster of maximums. He had 6 of them. The only person to get more than him was Scott Marsh.
57.
He had no ton plus outs yesterday, which is very unlike James. In fact, he had the lowest best checkout of any player.
60.
And that was 84. This is the thing about these dart players. They want the best from themselves every single day, but you can't play your best every single day. You are going to have blips on the radar.
87. James require 149.
So 148 didn't go in the first leg, and 149 will not go in the second leg. Stevenson has the chance for a 2-0 lead.
44. Simon, you require 129.
60 and the ball. That was the only route left for that ton plus out. Funnily enough, Simon Stevenson didn't get any ton plus outs yesterday either. So they're both still looking for one. Richardson might get one right here.
65. Simon requires 72.
Somewhat flashy way of getting 105, that one. Almost paid off. How about a regulation 72?
Game shot on the second leg. Simon
And that's what I like to call the Michael van Gerwen route for 72, because that is what won him the 2014 world title. 2 16s and double top. And it gives Simon a 2-0 lead against Richardson. From a mathematical standpoint,
100.
if Stevenson wins this game, both James and Simon cannot catch Matt Dennant at the top.
40.
Now, because of all of the different games that will happen today, because there are 15, all best of 7 legs, They're not going to catch
100.
him anyway. It's just not going to happen.
$41.
Scott Marsh still has a chance of catching Dennant. He's 4 points behind. And Teehan is now 6 behind with only 4 matches left. He sensed that maybe it's a 2-horse race. And that game for Scott Marsh against Ryan Murray next is huge.
100.
And the difference between a 3-day group in Group A compared to a 2-day group now is so big.
137.
Richardson looks like he's going to be drubbed in the first 3 legs here. He had a chance for 1-1, missed tops for it.
Simon your car 24.
But this 3rd leg has not gone his way, whereas Simon Stevenson is looking to equal his best leg of the week so far, and does.
The 3rd leg. Simon
That's his
Stevenson.
second 14-darter of the week so far, and it gives him a nice 3-0 cushion here. He could well be serving up a bagel early here on Wednesday.
Games to throw first. Game on.
This is a good game. 92 average, 50% on doubles.
134.
It's not that far removed from what he was doing yesterday. But he wasn't getting the results.
99.
I always admire a dart player that wears white as well. It's a sign of confidence. They know they're not going to spill any coffee on it.
100 the leg.
Somewhat ironic look on the face of James with that maximum. The first of the game. I think of white shirts, I always think of Steve Beaton.
58.
Always the most impeccably presented dart player I've ever seen.
$100.
Only a maximum or something akin to that would have left a finish from 344.
41. James, you require 87.
So maybe he can submit leg 4. As James looks to line up tops.
47.
And does a good job of that. Just a reminder to all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and to our viewers around the world. If you are choosing to have a gamble today, please do so responsibly. Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. And Richardson does find his way to his first leg of the day. It's a good one as well. And maybe that will fire him up, because yesterday we saw plenty of people come back from 3-0 down.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
And James himself was involved in a couple of matches yesterday that you thought were pretty clean cut at 3-0.
100.
Oh, it wasn't that easy. Think about Marsh versus Richardson. James was 3-0 up and he lost 4-3. That was particularly hurtful.
$41.
Chance here. If you can start getting a bit more concentrated around that treble 20, you might start to put
58.
pressure on Stevenson and plant that little seed of doubt. Because, like we keep saying, Simon hasn't won yet. He hasn't got across the line. He doesn't have that feeling of winning.
60.
But the darts just don't seem to be falling in the 60 for James over the last couple of days. On that regular basis that we associate with him. He's got a magnificent amount of experience in this room. He's now played 260 matches. He's won 154 times. He is one of the most experienced players in the live league with Martin Adams and Richie Burnett. Could it be? I was going to say, could it be his first Ton Plus checkout of the week? It would have been a beauty. But speaking of firsts, how about a first win?
99. Simon, you require 60.
He'll need to be clinical, and so far in this game he has been. He's been 50% on doubles, and 50% will be good enough here.
20. James, you require 90.
Chance missed for the match twice. Stay on that line for double 5.
80.
So
Simon, you
Stevenson
require
does come
40.
back for a 7th visit and a 4-1 win on tops.
20.
You just
James,
wonder
you
if that's
require
something
10.
to do with the fact he hasn't been over the line yet this week. Double 4.
2. Simon, you require 20.
Different target. It's probably a good thing because he's missed 5 darts at tops for the match. And it was
Shot on the match,
good
Simon
that he got a different
Stevenson.
target. So he does get revenge for his loss against James Richardson for Tuesday. And that means mathematically that both players cannot win this group. So they're eliminated, but Simon Stevenson with an 86 average and 33% on the doubles, a high checkout of 72, gets his first win, but it could have been so much better statistically if he'd have taken one of his first match darts, of which he had 6. Speaking of this table, Matt Dennant at the top is looking pretty comfortable with a 4-leg gap. That must be crushed by Scott Marsh or by Ryan Murray very early, otherwise this group could be over very, very soon. We'll be right back with match number 3. Hello all darts fans and welcome back to Sporty Stuff TV's coverage of the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday morning. Group A is looking very good for Matt Dennant. Can he be caught? That is the big question in the air. So over to you, Scott Marsh, because you are in second position. Ryan Murray comes back with 4 points from a debut day on Tuesday. And being 8 points behind, it's unlikely that he's going to catch Matt Dennant with only 5 matches today. But Marsh, only 2 wins behind. If he can find a win here
to throw first, game on.
And find a win in his next match, he will be level with Matt Dennant because he's playing him after this. But first, try and take care of Muzz Lightyear, who I have to say is wearing one kick-ass dart shirt this morning. That is a pretty good effort, Ryan.
60.
I had a lovely chat with him this morning. Such an amiable guy. Family man from Scotland. Spending a lot of time away from home at the moment. Chasing his darting dreams.
60.
Going to the likes of Wales, the Live League. Playing on home turf in the Scottish Open where he made the final. But he's doing very well.
140.
As far as the Live League is concerned, he'll be here for a few more days.
45.
Now, if you want a regular viewer and you've chosen to tune in today for the very first time, first and foremost, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. But only one person can win Group A, and that one person will play next on Saturday night in the weekly finals.
97.
Positions 2 and 3 in the table will not graduate to the finals yet, but they will have an opportunity
100.
on Thursday and Friday evening from 10 p.m. to get through to the finals in a 5-person group. The other 3 in the bottom half of this table will come back tomorrow and on Friday in the
60.
same time slot, same sort of group with different players, and we'll have an opportunity to get through Group C. We'll let you know what the
100.
players are
144.
for those groups in due course. But first, Marsh is looking for a 144.
'88. Ranu Akbar 56.
All level after 15 darts. But Ryan threw first.
Game shot on the
And
first
that is a
leg.
very
Ryan
good
Murray.
start. Yesterday, it took him a bit of time to get used to this room. But now that he's got that in his experience bank, he may be more threatening today.
Thank Mike Scott to throw first. Game on.
He said that he's never played in an arena that was this quiet. He said you're almost
48.
tentative when you need to clear your throat, or if you need to cough. You need to do it when your opponent is not throwing. That is
41.
just a sign that he's a really good sports person. He doesn't want to do anything to put his opponent off. But yesterday, Ryan averaged 84.8, which was the lowest running average of any
97.
player. But he did pick up 2 wins. Picked up a win against Simon Stevenson.
41.
And also against James Richardson in match 5 by 4 legs to 1. He had a couple of averages yesterday in the late 70s, and I think that was more to do with just trying to get comfortable
180.
on his debut day. This is much better.
140.
He does look a lot more comfortable today. And he is going to cause Marsh problems. I suppose you could say that
100.
Scott Marsh has got 99 problems and the table is definitely 1. Splendid darts from Murray, and from nowhere in this leg, he has put pressure on Marsh's position. Double top.
36.
And if
Brand
Murray
new
takes
car,
this,
102.
279 in 6, it will hurt. It's not going to happen though. Those 28-gram barrels have not found the requisite targets to give him a shot at the outer ring for a 2-0 lead.
78. Scott require 40.
Now Marsh does like tops,
Game
and there's
shot on the
proof of it.
second leg. Scott Marsh.
So, if he wants to win more legs, quite simple. Score heavily, leave tops, win legs.
Third leg round to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of Scott Marsh on doubles, by far and away yesterday he was the best person at finishing. 47+%
41.
on his doubles yesterday. That is world class. I suppose it does help in your first game that you didn't miss one at all.
60.
But over 5 games to be almost 50%, that is brilliant. Running average just under 86. 8 maximums. Now, he's not noted as a huge maximum hitter, but he had more 180s than Matt Dennant. He had more than James Richardson by 2. He was constantly finding that first dart in the bottom 50% of that 60 bed.
100.
Not only that, he had the best leg of the day. He actually had 3 12 darters.
100.
And that maximum checkout in game 2 against Simon Stevenson. In that performance of the day. Nobody betted that 101.83. Closest challenger was his biggest
60.
opponent in this table, Matt Dennant, who averaged 100.2 in match 15. Seems to be following a pattern of whoever throws first is getting to the finish with a little bit of a cushion, unless somebody puts pressure on.
85.
You can see what Scott thinks of that last dart. Another. If that dart was maybe 2 grams lighter, it would have been in. But shoulda, woulda, couldas in darts. We've all had plenty of them. Now that is good pressure.
73.
73 for 2-1. We'll only get 1 dart.
Game shot on
And
the
this
third
is
leg.
so much
Ryan
more
Murray.
polished than yesterday. We're seeing signs from Murray that he's getting sharper by the hour. A great 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
So if Ryan Murray does scupper the Marsh chances of getting to 10 points in this game,
97.
he will drag himself into the race and be only 6 points behind Matt Dennant. But he'd only have 4 matches left. He'd need everything to go his way, and he'd need to win every game left.
60.
I think he understands that it's very unlikely that he's going to get through this table in the number 1 spot. But one thing he can do is affect who does take that spot.
40.
And make no mistake, it would be a hammer blow to Marsh if he was to lose this game. He only lost 1 match yesterday,
140.
and that was to Matt Dennant. Indeed, when these guys did battle in match number 13 yesterday, it wasn't a good game. They both averaged in the 70s. They both looked a bit tired.
78.
This one is much better. The averages are a good 10 better for both players.
100.
Could this be the leg where the throw is broken for the first time? Marsh will be hoping not, especially when there should be a maximum.
180.
Letting gravity do the work. Speaking of good work, that's really good thinking from Murray. He's now in 2 dart range, whereas Marsh is in 3 dart range. 87 remain with 2. Chance for Murray. 5 visits to break the throw. This is visit 5. That's not ideal. That's a great recovery.
76.
And that's almost the leg, but not quite enough. Tops gave him the previous leg. Tops denied him leg 4. Marsh can't believe that. He's only just in the single 19. And that's maybe one of the messiest 60 checkouts you've ever seen. But right now, he doesn't care. That single 19, if it had been under-delivered another 2 millimeters, he wouldn't have had a shot for the leg.
Round to throw first. Game on.
So it's 2-2. And yet again, Scott Marsh is providing drama. Plenty of that, including him yesterday.
81.
4 threes are plenty. Involved in matches where he should have won 4-0, but ended up winning 4-3. A match he should have lost 4-0 and won 4-3. It's never dull when Scott's around, that's for sure.
99.
As for those players who are coming in later in the week, positions 2 and 3 from this table will play in Group B alongside Andy Hamilton, Darryl Pilgrim and Paul Hogan. That will be a 5-person group from 10 p.m. tomorrow night as we go double session tomorrow and on Friday. Bottom 3 positions will take on
83.
Josh Richardson, of relation to James, of course. Josh is James's son. Ryan Finesse and Sam Kankett will join us from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. And 2 players will qualify through Group C for Saturday's finals. Only 2 in Group C. I'm just going to remind you of that. But 3 go through in Group B.
60.
The advantage of being in 2nd or 3rd in this table is enormous. You play less games and there are more positions available in Group B than there are in Group C. If you make it to Saturday night, there are bonuses available. £2,000 for the winner and 3 spots in Champions Week in a fortnight.
100. Scott Ricard 110.
Is he about to turn this match on its head with a 5-visit break of his own? 51 for tops.
90. Ryan Newark
Or can Murray save his skin? Flight's in the way, and this is the trade-off with having such long stems. Very nearly successful. Double 10 for Marsh. It was really good for him yesterday. He was superb down here. And it would be for a break of throw, which could be vital for his chances of winning this group. Other side. Somehow he misses it.
No score. Ryan Newark 20.
Well, all is not lost, but double 2.
16. Scott Ricard 20.
This one has gotten away from him. Could have won it, could have lost it, could have won it again, and has lost it.
Shot on the 5th leg. Scott Marsh.
A 19-dart break in the end, and somehow Scott Marsh gets over the line for a 3-2 lead, and he has a chance of winning this one by a very tight margin.
6th leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
One thing we have to address is the leg difference situation between Marsh and Dennant. So let's say Murray does win this leg here and takes us all the way. But if Marsh does win the match by the odd leg, his leg difference would only improve to +6. Dennant's already at +14. That's an enormous advantage. And it cannot be ignored.
121.
So maybe we're impressing on Scott Marsh to potentially win matches by wider margins than yesterday. That's what he needs to do.
60.
He's done very well to win certain matches by fine margins, but he needs to put his foot down now.
85.
And he's doing that somewhat incrementally, because his average has stayed at 88 in this game for the last 4 legs. Murray's
96.
has come down by 5 points to 83. That's where this game has changed.
95.
That's good thinking. If he'd have found all 3 trebles down there, he would have left himself on a very nice double in double 12.
100. Scott
But chipping the 1995 off left him a straight ton for the match.
60.
That'll
Ryan,
do.
you require 167.
He'll likely be back, and will be, to have 3 darts for this game, and everything has
47.
changed in this match from the last 3 legs. It could well have been Ryan Murray 3-1 up, but it's likely going to be 4-2 Marsh. Double 10 again.
30. Ryan, you require 100.
You just don't know how costly that could be. No shot at tops
60.
for Ryan.
Scott, you require 10.
And this is not the kind of double you want to be going for when your darts land the way that Scots do. There's no chance of a marker. So just get rid of double 5 and go for double 2 instead.
6. Ryan, you require 60.
That's now 5 match darts missed. And Murray has taken us all the way. So will that little bit of emotional scarring from leg 6 affect the chances for Scott Marsh to win this match?
7 and final leg. Ryan to throw first. Game on.
In that leg alone, the Marsh average came down by 5, just like Ryan's had the previous couple of legs. All because of those 5 missed match darts. 2 at tops, 1 at 10s, 1 at 5s, 1 at 2s.
85.
Just watch out for that snarl of Marsh, which you will see plenty of today.
85.
He's really good at winning close games. He has this spirit that a lot of people envy. Needs plenty of that. What a time. What a time to get one of those, to give yourself a little bit of breathing space. In last leg deciders, look at him in the background
40.
just geeing himself up. He's thinking, I've got this one now. He's had 3 maximums in this match. And like I always say, there's never really a bad time to hit a maximum.
60.
But when you get it in the last leg decider, it makes it feel like 240. Is it Ryan's turn to get one?
140.
He's back in the leg. He's had much more 2 treble visits than Scott. He's had 6 140 plus scores to Scott's 2. But then again,
43.
Scott's had 3 maximums and Ryan's had none. Only 60 leaves them evenly poised in the 130 range to finish this match. Now 133 is harder than 132, not just because it's a bigger number, of course.
93. Ryan, you
132, you've got the luxury of going for the 25 first. And not getting it means that he can't complete it. It's the same
82.
equation
Scott
as leg
Lepar,
6.
40.
Tops for the match with 3 darts in hand. But this time it's lucky number 7 as he only just gets across the line. He may have an inferior leg difference against Matt Dennant, but he is now only 2 points behind him with a match against Dennant next. 81 for Murray, 84 for Marsh, so they didn't play at their best level, but that was a really good, hard-fought match, fought over 7 legs. Without further ado, let's go into match number 4. It's James Richardson and Ciaran Teehan just trying to position themselves well in mid-table as the top 2 go head-to-head after that. We'll be right back. The state of play for our next 2 players is as such. James Richardson cannot win this group, but Ciaran Teehan can, but he needs to win the rest of his games and he may need some favours from some other quarters. What can happen as Teehan now takes on Richardson for 2 more points? You can see that the Irishman is in 3rd position, but after losing to Matt Dennant in match 1, his chances of winning this group have been dented severely. He needs a win here against bottom-placed Richardson, and he could need a favour from Scott Marsh in the next match.
Game on.
Now, it's not good that Marsh would also get to 12 points if he was to beat Matt Dennant, but at least it would stop Matt Dennant from getting to 14. It's that point in Group A where we start talking about what is possible and what isn't.
85.
Now, if Richardson gets a win here to get himself off the foot of the table. And Matt Dennant was to beat Scott Marsh.
58.
Matt Dennant will be out of reach of Teehan. He will be eliminated in that scenario. So that's why this is a must-win game for him.
60.
He did get a very hard-fought 7-leg victory against James yesterday. And it was
135.
Ciaran's best performance of the day. 95.68 with 44% on doubles. It was a very, very good display.
80.
You just wonder what the mindset is for James
100.
Richardson now, and particularly for Simon Stevenson, who comes up in match 6 against Ryan Murray. They're now playing their second games of the day, and James will know that he's already eliminated. Double top for the first leg in 15 darts.
35. Here in your car, 142.
Not meant to be, that one. Couldn't see much of that tops bed.
62.
Good thinking there from Teehan. Trying to chip away at the 2 at the end and get down to tops. Didn't quite get there. But Richardson does get there for 17 darts in that first leg. Good steady stuff from James. And he may be playing against his son over the next couple of days. You could see that.
Sang like Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Now that scenario is based on James being in the bottom 3 in this table. And like I said yesterday, if you think there's going to be any sort of family love when they play each other, think again. James hit a 9-darter against Josh here last year.
100.
Nothing wrong with a bit of family rivalry. I know plenty of people who live with professional dart players and travel with them, and they say that we're a nightmare. I'd have to agree with that. We are a nightmare.
81.
But maybe you should send a bit of love Carolyn Richardson's way, because she's got 2 of them in the house. James and Josh. She must be a saint putting up with both of them.
59.
I can get away with saying that because I know them personally. Good people. Good competitors as well. Hate to lose.
140.
Maybe today that is the motivation for James. Now that he's out of the table, just go and win games. Just go and get a little bit of confidence going into the next couple of days. You don't have to win Group A to win the week or to get a Champions Week spot. But you must be there on Saturday night.
100.
He knows how to get there. 19's first on 133 is a very smart player. But you have to find the 57 if you're going to stand a chance of getting the shot.
80.
Now, is tops in the way here? He's seeing what he's doing. He's going left. Now he's got to go right because of the way his darts behave. Oh, look at the angle of that. That reminds me of something Sid Waddell used to say. Those darts were going in at more angles than a hypotenuse ever dreamed of. That's not my line. That was the great Sid Waddell's. But that was so appropriate for that shot.
140.
That 20 segment was starting to look like Hellraiser's face. That's one for the old crew. That was a horror movie back in the 80s.
96.
As far as the career of James Richardson is concerned, he has won on a Saturday night before. He won week 4 of phase 3 back in 2021. But the one thing missing from his glittering Live League CV is that he hasn't won a phase. He wants to do what?
93.
The likes of Chaz Barstow and Robert Thornton. And particularly in 2022, he wants to do what Jim McEwen and Robert Owen have done.
95.
There's a lot of money for winning a phase. £6,000. Get to Champions Week, qualify for the finals, and you can bag £6,000.
125.
But if
James
he is
Rockwell,
able to win another week,
126.
he would bag £2,000. Double six.
120.
Again, a typifying aggressive effort at that 126 checkout from James.
$57. James requires 6.
Double three. Or 2 double 2.
2. Ciaran Teehan, 100.
We've already seen a 130 checkout today from Matt Dennant. Can we see another from the person who was playing him when he hit it?
100. James requires 4.
Interesting, leave a double 15. The next door neighbour of double 2. Oh, how does he hit this? That's how.
Game shot on the third leg.
That
James
may be the
Richardson.
best dart he will throw all week. Look how much it was blocked. Still had plenty to aim at.
Ball flight
And
Ciaran
it's
to throw
3-0
first. Game on.
to the man from Northamptonshire. Look at where James is looking on the carpet.
37.
He's not looking at what his opponent is throwing. Not looking at what he's doing. He's looking at a spot on the carpet. Just to focus his
95.
mind before he throws. That's a really strong psychological tactic.
$100.
Now at this point I would put Teehan as one of the favourites to finish in the top 3, which would get him
100.
into Group B. But the last thing he needs is a string of losses and to find himself into possibly a more difficult Group C this week. In his lively career, which only has taken place in 2022,
100.
he's made it to Saturday night in week 4 of Phase 2. Wasn't that long ago. And he came equal 4th that evening.
80.
There you see the averages. This is good from James. Much better than yesterday. And what I mean by that is much better early in the campaign. First 2 averages yesterday, 82 and 80. Very much under par.
76. Ciaran Teehan, 147.
But he's left 130. And he's going to get a look at it for the match.
45. James Teehan,
The second 4-0
130.
scoreline of the week so far. Double 5.
120.
And a match
Ciaran
start is
Teehan,
missed.
102.
And that's exactly how the 130 was hit against Teehan in his first game. Double 16.
86.
And that might be
James
that.
requires 10.
He's going to split it.
Two.
But
Ciaran
is
Teehan,
unsuccessful.
16.
A little bit of composure there from Ciaran Teehan as he goes for 4s and hits
James shot on the
4s.
fourth leg. Ciaran
He
Teehan.
shows James Richardson where that double is. And if James had found it, this game was done. But it could just be beginning.
Fifth leg James to throw first. Game on.
Doubles percentages in this match are identical. From a percentage standpoint
85.
anyway. Teehan's had 4 shots with 1 successful hit. Richardson 12 with 3 hits. So the percentage is identical at 25.
98.
No maximums in this match. Now, for me, the one thing that has been missing the last
100.
couple of days for James are those maximum visits. Usually, you could shut your eyes and just expect him to hit one, maybe every other leg.
180.
And as soon as I say that, Teehan gets the first one of the match.
140.
With that 2 treble visit, though, James does get himself a dart ahead. But not for long. Not for long.
108.
Ciaran goes back to back. And like buses, we had none. And we've had 2 in succession.
100. Ciaran, your car 43.
This is some comeback. He only just gets the 11.
27.
But missing
James,
on
your
that
car
double 16 could be
76.
costly. As James has another chance to win the match. 2 darts at double 8. Only
James
needs
shot
the
of
1.
match,
And a
James
very
Richardson.
good win for his confidence. But a very worrying one for Ciaran Teehan. Because now we know that if Matt Dennant wins the next match, Teehan cannot win Group A. But 91.35 and just over 30% on the doubles with a high checkout of 80. That 80 checkout really was a highlight. I might have to watch that one back later. Teehan has got more work to do to try and stay in the top 3 in my opinion. But I think it's a 2-horse race. And it is between the next 2 on the hockey. Marsh and Dennant. Don't miss that when we come back. Hello and welcome back to Wednesday here in Group A with the Online Darts Live League. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson and this could be the biggest game of the group. Let's see what Scott Marsh can do against Matt Dennant, who holds a 2-point advantage over him in the table. Let's have a look at that table then. You can see that if Dennant wins again and keeps his 6-match unbeaten streak going into 7, He will have a 4-point gap over Marsh with 3 matches remaining each. But if Marsh does win here, he'll be level on points and very close in leg difference. Now, what we have to mention
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Is that if Marsh was to win by 4 legs to 0, they'd be level on points and leg difference going into 3 matches remaining.
100.
This group is not going to be determined by this game. There is definitely more to come. But psychologically, it might have a big effect. For me, this is a bigger game for Marsh than it is for Dennant. Yesterday when they played, it wasn't the greatest game. It was a bit stuffy at times. A few key misses. The scoring wasn't quite there, mid-80s averages. But if somebody catches fire here,
125.
they may have the impetus going into the final portion of this group. Contrasting wins in their very first game of the day as well. Comfortable for Dennant. Anything but comfortable for Marsh.
41.
Now, Matt Dennant really wants to stay on that 60, but it is completely blocked from his usual ocky position. But look at that.
100.
That is a great ton.
140.
This could be even greater. Double 10. Oh, it's the wrong one.
132. Might require 76.
For a split second, he thought it was good. And he might lose the leg. And he has lost the leg. That's pure confidence from Matt Dennant right there. He's staring down the barrel of a 1-0 deficit. And he turns it around when he gets his opportunity. Good defensive play there from Dennant, who defends his own throw in 15 darts.
140.
When I was playing Live League darts in 2020, we were playing 5, 6, sometimes 7 games a day.
100.
Best of 7 or even best of 9 at times. When you've had that first game and you got to win, you feel like you're ready for the rest of the day. You've established a rhythm.
60.
You feel comfortable with the challenge. I would expect these guys to be playing their best darts over their next 2 matches.
180.
And we might be seeing premium Matt Dennant right now. And believe me, premium Matt Dennant is a very good one.
100.
Arguably, we don't see it enough. But what we are getting here is prime rib. All he needs to do is finish the course. He's got company in that finishing zone, so there is pressure on this. Double 12. And that is equally the best leg of the week. We've seen plenty of 12 darters from a few players, but particularly from Dennant and Marsh, who takes a 2-0 lead here, does the scholar.
Game on.
Yeah, 2 12s from Matt yesterday, 3 from Marsh yesterday. So he was leading that statistic, but this performance,
180.
it's almost as if he will not be denied that #1 spot. And no matter what Scott Marsh has got in his locker, Matt seems to have the answer so far. I don't want to curse things, but yesterday when Matt was playing in his last match of the day
59.
against Ciaran Teehan, he was on for a personal best average at the Live League. It didn't work out, and he still averaged just over 100. But his PB is 101.9. Right now, he's well above that.
174.
And I mean well above it. This is fast turning into one of the best performances we've ever seen in the Live League. And something that Marsh just did not want to see. It's not like he's playing poorly. 18 for Bull. But he decides
56.
not to go for it with Marsh on a 164. So an invitation for Marsh to say, you didn't think I could hit this? You didn't think I could hit this? And he was right. On this occasion, it was a little bit of dicing with death there from Matt Dennant. But the gamble's paid off. And he takes the leg in 13 darts. This is a stunning display from a very, very accomplished player who, for me, is yet to play the best darts of his career.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
We will see more of Matt Dennant over the next 10 years. I just wonder when we will see him at the top level on a consistent
100.
basis. He is that good. But if you look at the averages in this game, 112 Dennant. And if you think Scott Marsh is far behind, think again. He's also averaging 112. But I can say from experience that when you've had this kind of start, the hardest leg to win is the next one.
100.
You know you've played well to this point. You just want to stay in the process and get across the line.
95.
Matt's thinking, give me another 12 or possibly a 15 dart at a breakthrough and win 4-0, and I'm very close to winning this group.
60.
How key is it that Dennant is playing against Teehan
100.
and Marsh in his first two games of the day, and he's playing really well. He's trying to take care of his opponents for the top spot. As you can see, the average is live in this match.
140.
One thing you know about Marsh, though, he just won't go away. Whatever he has to do, he will try and find the answer.
Scott your car 101.
He must hit this. And he's not going to. So for a destructive win,
49.
a personal best at the Live League,
85.
and 1 foot in Saturday night, he needs 16 in the bullseye. Or that for double 9.
67.
Match dart missed.
Scott your car 52.
There's no guarantee he will get any more. Not if Scott Marsh has got anything to do with it. Because he's taken like 4.
Scott Marsh.
This game just keeps on delivering. And it doesn't really matter whether the averages tumble from now. It's all about whether Dennant can get over the line.
Fifth leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
Now it's going to have to go some if it wants to beat the accumulative record for the Live League, which was set in 2020
57.
between Boris Koltsov and Mike Warburton. Koltsov averaged 116. Warburton averaged 110 in defeat.
41.
So the cumulative average was 226. So far in this game, it's 208.
140.
I think Dennant probably thought, just go in. That double 9, I just wanted to go in. Get this done.
140.
But on the flip side of looking at the points, if we look at the leg difference, Matt's already done a really good job.
93.
He is ahead by 8 legs in leg difference. And the very worst case scenario for Matt now is that he has company on 12 points, but he would still have a big advantage in that leg difference column.
140.
But I assure you, he's not thinking about that. He's thinking 171.
137.
So it's another 2 darter. Remember that 81 he took out earlier?
60.
He
Might
did something
require
really
74.
similar to that. It's still an amazing performance. As he looks at a second match dart, this time it tops.
34. Scott Rukar 120.
Does Marsh get out of jail again? Maybe.
80.
But he doesn't.
Might you require 40?
See what he thinks of it. Dennant comes back. And 5 darts
20.
for the match have
Scott
gone.
require 40.
He's scared that tops bed. Couldn't get much closer. And
Game
Marsh
shown
is
on
still in
Twitch.
this.
Scott Marsh.
An amazing game from so many different angles. I have no idea what's going to happen in leg 6. So let's get back
6 legs,
down to
Scott
the board to
throw
see what
first.
happens.
Game on.
All of a sudden, it's Marsh now has the bigger average. He has the better checkout percentage as well.
100.
He has the darts in leg 6. Based on what we've seen and what we are continuing to see at the start of this leg, we're probably going the distance.
134.
This is the exciting part of best of 7 legs. You're never safe. Unless you hit the final shot.
45.
It's a bit like playing stroke play golf. You can't write your
96.
score on your card unless you put the ball in the hole. There are no gimmies in match play. Oh, sorry, there are gimmies in match play. There are no gimmies in stroke play. And there are no gimmies in darts. It's not as if Scott Marsh said, oh, you can have that tops. You can have the game.
140.
He said nothing. It was up to Matt to find the target.
98.
What Scott would give for a second maximum here in this match. Stay where you are.
60.
And 156 is all he can muster. But it is a guaranteed shot.
$97. Scott
Okay,
Rukar
so another 2 darters
156.
left. He's missed 74 for the match. He's missed clean darts at double with 3 in hand for the match. He gets another
100.
opportunity
Might you
to be
require
the first
76.
player to 14 points. He was the first player to 12. He changes the target.
40.
And he bends a
Scott
wire.
Rukar 56.
I'm not ashamed to say that I've actually lost count of how many doubles he's missed for the match now. I think it's 5. Or possibly 6.
36.
Well, if it's
Might
6,
you require
it could be
36.
lucky number 7 for him. And it
Game
is
shown on
lucky
the
number
match. Matt
7.
Dennant.
He has 1 foot in Saturday night already with 3 matches to go. He has a 4-point buffer over Scott Marsh, who he's just defeated. He didn't get a personal best average in the end, but because of that double 18 hit with the first dart, he has got himself a 3-figure average for the second time this week. A valiant effort from Marsh with that 98 average, but ultimately he comes up just short. So, looking at Simon Stevenson and Ryan Murray, who come next, they know they can't catch Matt Dennant, but they can play for position. That's coming up after this. welcome back to the Online Darts Live League, and everybody has some points on the board as it stands, but Matt Dennant has got a lot more than other people. As far as Simon Stevenson is concerned, his mission is now to try and make the top 3, and a win here against Ryan Murray is needed for that. There you can see Dennant has that 4-point gap, and the leg difference is very healthy too. A win or 2 more, and he will be safe as houses. But Stevenson is now back at the foot of the table, but not out of reach of the top 3. He needs a bit of a stumble from Teehan, but he can do himself a favour here against Murray.
Game on.
If you were to poll 4 players from the 6 here, and I'm taking Marsh and Dennant out of it because they're chasing the top spot, and you asked Stevenson,
60.
Murray, Richardson and Teehan, would you rather play during the day tomorrow, or would you rather play at night?
100.
Without hesitation, I would think that at least 3 of them would say, we'll take the night session. The only one I would think
81.
would hesitate before they gave the answer would be Ryan Murray. Because he's never been here before. He's never sampled a night session.
58.
But believe me, being in Group B may be a bit easier because there are more spots available.
85.
The ideal scenario now for Stevenson to make the top 3, somewhat unexpectedly, would be a win here for the man from Plymouth.
83.
And then Scott Marsh beats James Richardson next. And then Simon comes back for game 8 and beats Ciaran Teehan. Now, if he does win those 2 matches, he is very much in the fray for
60.
the top half. As long as your destiny is in your hands, you can make things happen. And he'll feel better now than he has at any point this week, because at least he got his first points in match number 2.
27.
Murray's left himself on a bogey number here. Maybe still smarting from the fact that he lost that close encounter
95.
with Scott Marsh in match number 3. A game he probably should have won on the balance of play.
82. Ranu requires 70.
Treble 10. Single 20. And a very good single to leave tops.
30. Simon, you
Because of those
require
long darts,
100.
he'd prefer that single to be very high. 51 and bulls, the only avenue left.
36. Ranu require 40.
For a 7-visit break of throw.
Getting shot on the
That's
first
what he
leg,
finds.
Ryan Murray.
So Ryan Murray starts this one off very, very well. To infinity and beyond, I suppose, should be put on the shirt, but where is he going if he says that?
'83.
Could be going to Champions Week via Group C or Group B and first into the Saturday finals, but he'd love to be back for Champions Week at the end of the month.
68.
I was having a wee chat with Ryan this morning about his schedule and the kind of things that he wants to play in for the rest of the year.
140.
He's decided he's not going to go to the Challenge Tour in Germany at the beginning of next month, but he's going to prioritise the gold events in the WDF, the likes of
55.
the Irish Open and the British Open, which I'm sure everybody wants to get their name on that roll of honour, to join Scott Marsh, who won it last year.
174.
Ah, the Dundas. If you're watching, Anthony, hope you're well.
100. Ryan,
Yeah,
you
no one
require
calls a
174.
174 like Anthony Dundas. How about a 104?
80.
So far, Simon just hasn't found his mojo in this game.
60. Ranu Akar,
He is
24.
continually frustrated.
12.
As is Ryan on the outer ring. He's now missed 6 darts at doubles in this match. He's fortunate that his opponent
100. Ranu
has not
Akar,
laced
12.
up his scoring boots yet.
Game
Double
shot on
6
the
for a
second leg.
right-hander
Ryan
who is
Murray.
right-eye dominant is straight down the line, and it's one of those doubles that you really want to hit, and you should hit, and he has hit it.
Third leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
Maybe the motivation level of Simon
55.
will have dwindled a little bit by seeing his name at the bottom of the table once again after that James Richardson victory against Ciaran Teehan.
140.
He must stay strong. We saw in the previous match that Marsh, even though his opponent was averaging over 112,
60.
he was trying to stay with him no matter what. That's what Stevenson must do here. But if Murray wins this game, not only does he confine
100.
Stevenson to the bottom position and even worse leg difference-wise, but he would do his chances of top 3 a lot of good.
43.
He could potentially usurp Ciaran Teehan in the table in 3rd spot if he wins by the right margin here.
95.
This would signal the end of round 2 for Wednesday.
100.
Teehan's already lost 2 games today. It's only he and Ryan Murray who have not won a game today so far.
100.
And the only person to have won both games today, you guessed it, Matt Dennant, Mr. Undefeated. 7 from 7 so far.
136. Ranu Akar, 66.
Clickety click. 66. Now
26.
that one is pulled
Samuel
left.
Akar, 107.
Hasn't had a shot at a double yet in this match. There's the 7. 60 more for a shot at tops.
67.
And his first
Ranu
shot at the
Akar,
outer ring
40.
is missed.
No score.
I
Samuel
will not
Akar,
believe
40.
that he's missed that shot 3 more times.
Game
But
shot on the
Simon doesn't
third
miss
leg.
it.
Simon
And that's a bit of a
Stevenson.
let-off there. That leg was always in the hands of Mus Lightyear, but he's not able to take it, and we have a closer match than we thought.
Fourth leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I keep looking at Ryan's shirt, and it reminds me of something.
86.
It's almost like a cross between an American flag and the colours of the Seattle Seahawks.
100.
I know quite a few Scottish people who like American football. I wonder if Ryan's into it.
140.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of people into American football these days.
45.
I don't know if Simon Stevenson's actually into football at all. I've never talked to him about it, but judging by where he's from, he might go for the
100.
Green Army, Plymouth Argyle. But if I've got that wrong, Simon, I beg your pardon. You never know, you might be a fan of Kilmarnock or something.
100.
I was talking to Scott Williams at the weekend, and he's a Newcastle fan. And he's from Lincolnshire.
60.
Football's so objective, as is darts. Everybody's got their favourite player.
140. Ranu
Murray
Akar,
again, the better
115.
scorer. Shovel 19 for double.
99.
But Simon is starting to stick around a bit more than he did in the
116.
first 2 legs. Missed 107. And he gets the 7 again on the approach for the 116.
46. Ryan, you acquire 16.
Different target to what he missed in the previous leg.
No score.
But the same result.
Simon, you acquire 70.
He's now missed 13 darts at a double in this match. Simon's only missed 1. And that's still the case. As we have a level game, it could easily have been 4-0 to Ryan Murray in this match. But we're now down to best of 3 from here to see who takes the points.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
13% on the outer ring for Ryan. 67% for Simon. That's why he's back in this match.
100.
Just want to take this opportunity to send our best wishes from the Online Darts Live League to James Wade, who is still in hospital in Germany.
140.
Being checked out by the docs in Leverkusen after falling ill on Sunday evening.
100.
Safe to say he will not be involved in the Sheffield Premier League this week. And he has not qualified for Prague this weekend on the European Tour or
85.
for Stuttgart the week after, so it may be a leave of absence which James needs, but let's face it, health comes before anything else. And
100.
all the very best to him and his family at this tough time.
$40. 100.
It'll be 5 rounds of matches today. This is the end of round 2. And I'll keep you up to date with not only the overall table, because I know there are people out there who like to keep stats
Simon,
on the daily table as well.
101.
Could he go ahead? He's been magnetised to that 7 every time he's gone to the 19s.
Ryan, you acquire 139.
First time in the match, he is second to the finish.
99.
Almost bust the
Simon, you
score there.
acquire
That was
60.
pretty close. How close is this shot? And tops is on the end of a string.
Simon Stevenson.
Such good finishing from Simon Stevenson. 75% on the outer ring. That is the reason why he's ahead now. But plenty of chances have come and gone for Ryan.
Game on. 85.
Not the only Ryan that we've had from Scotland in this room. Remember Ryan Hogarth from the Borders? He won the Money In, Money Out tournament in Wales at the weekend, I believe.
58.
This is better.
140. Sorry, 180.
It is a first maximum of the match for Ryan Murray. And we could be seeing the first
100.
4-3 since match 3, which involved Ryan Murray. He could be a last leg decider magnet today.
58.
Simon can't leave a finish from his position. But he can get close.
101.
But once again, pulling the dart left into the 7 segment.
100.
Just got to be wary of that whenever he goes for the cover. Ooh, almost his first maximum of the match there himself. Can Murray take us to leg 7? That's a great single. And his first hit at a double in a while. His double statistics in this match are very poor. But now all of that is swept aside and we have a 1-leg shootout.
7th and final leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
myself, I've played Simon Stevenson before, and he beat me.
60.
And I walked away from that game thinking, wow, that was difficult. He played super well.
92.
One of those games where he didn't have any legs or any visits that were poor. It's one of those games where his poorest visit was 100.
95.
I think a lot of his game is based on that. He's not noted as a massive 180 hitter. He's about getting tons and ton
100.
40s and giving himself those 2 darters and taking them. Hitting lots of 15 darters.
134.
That's what I'm talking about. That was much better on the cover.
$137.
Didn't quite work out there for Ryan to leave a finish, but it's still an excellent visit. This is really tight.
60.
Advantage Murray, you would say, even though he's not on the finish first. It's going to take something rather heroic
100.
from the man from Plymouth
Simon
to take
O'Connor,
the 2 points.
152.
So that's not going to happen. And Murray, who has missed 13 darts at a double in this
42.
match,
Ryan, you require
compared to the
72.
1 miss from Stevenson, can still win it. And he's got 2. But those
48.
misses
Simon, you
really
require
are hurting him
110.
now. He's going back to tops. He's only missed it once.
70.
Make that twice.
Ryan, you require
And that's a miss for the
24.
match. Both people have missed shots for the game. Double 6 again. He hit it in leg 1.
18. Simon, you require 40.
I make that 5 match darts missed and a performance he's going to hate if he loses.
Game shot of the
Oh,
match,
right
Simon
in the corner as
Stevenson.
well. If there is a little bit of extra salt to put in the wound, that may have been it. Right in the corner to edge a really decent game. I know the averages don't reflect it, but that was topsy-turvy, to say the least. 57% on the doubles for Simon Stevenson tells the whole story, because 14% is not going to get it done most of the time. 2 rounds of our matches have been completed now, and we will take a short break coming up. But when we come back, it's going to be Scott Marsh up against James Richardson. And if Scott stands any chance of winning Group A, he must beat Ruthless. Hello and welcome back to Wednesday's action here at the Online Darts Live League. And it is a rematch from the WDF World Championship and a rematch from yesterday in what was a very tight tussle indeed. A huge game for Scott Marsh, and if he loses it, he could be saying goodbye to the chance of winning this group. He hasn't had long to recover from the defeat to Matt Dennant in match 5. So as we start round 3 of our matches for the day, Marsh knows his task and he knows where he can get to. 3 matches to go. He can get to 16
Looks like it's
points.
Scott to throw first.
And he needs favours.
Game on.
He needs to beat Richardson, Ciaran Teehan, and in his last match of the day, he will need to defeat Simon Stevenson. But by then, the deal could be
100.
done. He will need favours from Ryan Murray, who will play Matt Dennant in match 9.
140.
He'll need Simon Stevenson to do him a favour in match 12. And then James himself, who he's facing here.
55.
It could come down to the last match where Marsh could need Richardson to beat Dennant. Let's see when we get there.
140.
If we get there. Because if Richardson puts in a display here, it's very likely that things will be done by the end of this round of
58.
matches. It's not just the points that are bad news for Marsh. The leg difference
100.
is looking pretty dire too. He is 12 legs adrift. So the likelihood of Matt Dennant winning this group, it's becoming very apparent.
41. James, you require 121.
Not the start that Marsh was looking for. Definitely the start that Richardson was looking for. He
89.
decides to lead double 16. Now, I mentioned this yesterday, and it needs mentioning again. When he was playing some superb darts in 2021, he was leaving tops all the time.
57. James, you require 32.
And he was positively Ryan Searle-like on tops. But he's obviously having a tiff with it.
24.
He'll come back. And most people who like tops like double 4 as well. I could go into why, but it would take me quite a long time to
James,
explain.
you require 8.
Similar height. A natural shot for a right-handed dart player with right-eye dominance.
No score.
But no hit at all.
131.
No leg win. With 6 darts at double. He can't be pleased. But at least he's getting another shot.
91. James, you require 8.
Can he find it this time? He
No
can't
score.
believe it. I
Scott,
can't
you
believe
require
it.
40.
And Marsh is leading a very charmed existence here. Double 10.
James shot
And
on
how
the first
often do you
leg.
see
Scott
it?
Marsh.
Somebody who is not in the leg at any point just witnesses their opponent missing loads of doubles and they sneak in and take it.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Such a buoyant start on the treble 20 as well. Everything looked fine.
180.
But that's a way to get rid of a little bit of anxiety in this game. Forget about the doubles for at least another 9 darts. Or potentially
96.
another 5. Well, there goes that opportunity. Back to the drawing board.
121.
And 5 out of 6 is definitely not bad. That department of his game is fine. But my advice to James would be, I know you're not leaving tops at the minute, but
41.
give yourself a break. You're really good at it. He's destroying that treble 20.
100.
And this average could be huge. If he'd have found double 16 early in the first leg, and based on the way he's performed in leg 2, this could be a huge confidence-building performance, but
45. James, you require
either
100.
James is feeling a bit weak on the doubles, or Scott Marsh has got some sort of voodoo doll that's working.
76.
Nice layup. Small lead of 295 points.
99. James, you require 24.
Okay, let's try and fix this.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
much
second
better.
leg. James Richardson.
So, a 13 darter from James Richardson looks a bit better than the previous leg, where he missed 9 darts for that
Third
first
Scott
leg
to
of the
throw
contest.
first. Game on.
Let's have a little wander down memory lane, shall we? Because I talked yesterday about Scott Marsh winning the very first week in this room last year,
180.
when we first opened this venue. We did that, if you remember,
140.
with just the players in the room, because COVID meant that we couldn't have a referee. So the players were calling their own scores. Leave that one alone, Scott. Don't go anywhere near it.
97.
Well done. And the very first week we were here, Scott Marsh won. But since that first phase, we changed things up in
95.
phase 2, where we had the modern way of doing it. Getting to a Champions Week. Winning a weekly title.
100.
Since then, James Richardson has won a week. That was back in phase 3, week 4, 2021.
Scott Ricard, 124.
Since then, Scott Marsh has not won a week. That is a long time. Bullseye. He had plenty of these yesterday.
91.
And it is the bullseye that comes calling for James first up here.
$64. Scott require 33.
So he has options here. He could possibly go 13 double 10. Yeah, very good play.
Third leg. Scott
Utilising a double that's been very kind to him, not just today, but yesterday as well. Recognising what's working and then going back to it.
Like James to throw first. Game on.
So let's look at James's history through the live league.
140.
In phase 2 last year, he came second in week 4 to Sean McDonald, who ended up losing the phase 2 final to Richie Burnett. James, consequently, in that Champions Week, came third. He beat Martin Adams in the third place playoff. Then he won week 4 in phase 3, beating Mark Webster in the final.
100.
Didn't make the finals night in Champions Week. But since then, the best effort we've had from James was in phase 2 this year, where he lost out to Dan Reed
100
in the weekly finals. Got the better of the likes of Matthew Edgar and Jared Cole that night. Justin Smith and Paul Hogan.
81.
But Dan Reed played brilliantly that night, didn't he? He made it to Champions Week, but didn't make the finals of the Phase 2 Champions Week. And that is a pattern that he wants to change this week and consequently over the next 2 weeks. In order to have a chance of getting that £6,000, you must
60.
make Champions Week,
Scott Ricard, 140.
but you must make the Saturday finals first. This is an awkward one.
100.
But not too
James
awkward
Ricard, 120.
to leave tops. That was a great dart. No, that's unfortunate. He gave that a really good chance.
41.
Tried to force
Scott
it
Ricard,
through.
40.
Just got stopped by the rigidity of the flight. Double 10 again. Great marker.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Nicely just glanced off that flight to give himself a 3-1 lead. And he's not going to give up in this quest to catch Matt Dennant, is he? He's getting closer.
Fifth leg, Scott to throw first. Game on. $93.
We're going to turn our attention to a very different battle in our next game, with Marsh and Dennant in the wind.
We'll look
at the quest for the top 3, which will involve the other 4 players. You've got Stevenson, Richardson, Murray and Teehan all in close proximity.
140.
Only one of them can play in Group B. The remainder will play in Group C.
100.
I'm sure there's a few of you out there who secretly want to see James play against his son the next 2 mornings, but trust me, James doesn't. He wants to be in Group B.
77.
See what Scott was trying to do there, trying to get 101 to leave 167. Just comes up a little bit short.
45.
And even though James started the better of the 2, scoring so much heavier than his opponent in legs 1 and 2, it looks like Marsh is going to get the better of James again.
100.
For the 3rd time in a month. It's getting to the point where James is sick of the sight of the man from Orpington,
136.
just outside of
Scott, you require 91.
southeast London. That's 20, so 71 left. Richardson can now get himself 3 shots
51. James, you require 40.
to get back within 1.
No score.
How
Scott,
was
you
that
require
not
40.
dropped in? Maybe that's one of the reasons why he's not going to tops as much. Is it another Marsh win?
Game
Yes,
shot
it
on the
is.
match. Scott
It's
Marsh.
a 4-1 win this time after a 4-3 win yesterday. And I get the feeling that James would like a couple of days off from Scott to maybe have a crack at him on Saturday night. 84 average for Marsh, and it's 7 points less than Richardson, as you can see. But it is the winning darts at the end of the leg that do count. 44% is very good, but 7% is never going to get it done, unfortunately. So Marsh is still now in with a chance. 2 points adrift of Matthew Dennant. We're going to take a little break now, but when we come back, it's going to be Ciaran Teehan and Simon Stevenson, 2 of the players who are trying to vie for that 3rd spot on the table, going toe-to-toe. think the phrase goes, it's all very tight at the top. And in this table, it's pretty tight at the top, but it's even tighter towards the bottom. And there are things to play for. So let's go down to see Teehan versus Stevenson to see what happens next. There you can see 4 players vying for 3rd spot because Marsh and Dennant are gone. 7 matches down. We have the middle match of the day. This is the halfway point right here. And if Teehan was to find a victory here, he would be the firm favourite to get that 3rd spot. In a sense, mathematically, he can still catch Scott Marsh. But the likelihood of that happening is pretty slim.
Looks like Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
To get to 2nd position, he needs to beat Simon Stevenson and Scott Marsh himself in 2 matches' time.
140.
And he will finish his campaign against Ryan Murray in match 13. By that point, we will know
125.
possibly who's won the group and who's in 3rd position. Look who's starting pretty hot here.
140.
You think about the way they played yesterday, it was pretty close. 4-2 to Teehan.
85.
But at this point yesterday, Ciaran started to play a little bit better. And he's starting to show signs of that once again.
100.
Now, I've had a tweet from a person who has a lot of respect from me. Maria O'Brien, good friend of Simon Stevenson's. And
81.
she's informed me that he's a
121.
Manchester United fan. Ah, well. The less said about that, the better.
65.
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I have a couple of rules when it comes to talking about football. When I go to Scotland, I don't talk about it at all.
81.
You
Ciaran
don't speculate on
56.
who someone supports in case you offend anybody anywhere else. Double top.
46.
Ooh.
Simon
I'd say chance here for Simon.
129.
That's 21, and you can't complete 108 in 2 darts.
89. Ciaran 10.
He got as close as he could after hitting treble 7 with the first dart. And Teehan has let him in.
6.
And you
Simon
know for a fact
40.
you can't do that. Because his doubles were excellent the last time he was here.
Game
And
shot
he's
on the
in once
first leg,
again.
Simon Stevenson.
57% when he beat Ryan Murray by 4 legs to 3. And the same thing has happened here. Teehan misses. Stevenson comes in and steals it.
Second leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
I'm now going to get to the bottom of why he supports Manchester United. I'm always fascinated by
85.
why people support a club that is maybe 300 miles away, or maybe even thousands of miles away. I'm not going to sit here and be a complete hypocrite, because
60.
when I was a kid I supported Tottenham because I loved Glenn Hoddle and the way he played. I had a spell where I liked Liverpool and a spell where I liked Manchester United, funnily enough, because my whole family
140.
supported them. But then when I was about 12 or 13, I saw sense. And I supported Newcastle United from that moment on.
100.
So I'll have a little chat with Simon at some point this week to see why he's a Red Devil. But he's not the only Red Devil in darting terms.
100.
Joe Cullen and Mark Webster spring to mind. Alan were on a little. They've actually been on a football holiday together to Portugal to see them play.
96.
But being a Newcastle fan, I'm a big fan of the colours that Simon's wearing today, the old black and white.
60.
Or should I say the white and black, because the white is the most predominant colour. have to figure out
30.
what kind of
Simon, you
sports
require 116.
young Mr. Teehan likes. Does he like a bit of shinty? A little bit of hurling, Gaelic football, rugby?
60.
Sports fans in Ireland are some of the best fans. I've been over to parts of Ireland when the hurling finals have been on. Oh, they're good times.
95. Simon, you require 56.
Good times for Stevenson on 56. Double 10. First time he's missed tops in a while.
46. Ciaran, you require 120.
Won't be happy with that shot at 10s either. Missed 4 shots for the first leg. He's not going to get a 5th darter double in this match.
60. Simon, you require
Not yet,
10.
anyway. Double 5. Oh, it's a good shot.
On the second leg. Simon
He
Stevenson.
did see his opponent miss that very double in the first leg, and he doesn't make the same mistake. He gets the guide above and then glances it in for a 2-0 lead.
They'd like Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
A win for Stevenson in this match
180.
would make the quest for third spot even more interesting, because there would be 2 players on 6 and 2 players on 4 points, with Matt Dennant playing Ryan Murray next to end round 3. Now, what's going on here? I'll tell you what's going on. Young Ciaran Teehan is on a 9.
Ciaran, you require 141.
Give us a 9. You know you want to. You know you want to. Oh, so close.
109.
Splendid effort, young man. Tell you what, it wasn't close. It was very close, wasn't it? It wasn't far away. It was right under that treble 19 wire. The final piece of the puzzle in leg 3 is found. So a 12 darter, and he made that look pretty simple in the end. If he finds more legs like that, he'll be back in this match in a flash.
4th leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned something yesterday about the flights that Stevenson uses. For a while, he was using something very similar to his good pal Justin Pipe.
134.
A very thin, kite-shaped flight. And his darts were going in very different. They were landing very flat.
55.
But he's gone back to the foldable standard flight, because the previous kite shape was a molded flight as well. You have to use what you feel is right. I just like the way these darts sit in the board. It looks very natural for him.
100.
That stunted follow-through that he has with his technique reminds me of my old pal Steve Duke Sr. over in Australia. 3-time Lakeside participant.
96.
If anybody's watching from over in Australia, please pass on my regards to Steve. I haven't spoken to him in quite some time.
120.
That might be a new stem needed there for Simon Stevenson. I think he's wrecked one. I don't know if he's recognised that yet, but it may be running repairs between this leg and the next.
99. Simon, you acquire 91.
Now, what would you do here? He's going to go 25. Or the bull. Tops it is.
51.
And what could have been 3-1 could turn into 2-2. Two double 18s maybe.
52.
Not
Simon, you
meant
require
to be
40.
on that occasion. So for 3-1 for Stevenson. Oh, double 7.
26.
And he doesn't get out of
Ciaran, you
jail.
require 40.
And we got a bit of a close-up on that damaged stem as well. I get the feeling that he does need to replace it. Still double 10. And for a second,
20.
it had a very good look at it
Simon, you
until the
require
last
14.
2% of that flight of the dart. And it just veered away in the end. Double 2.
12.
He's in the
Ciaran,
house
you
of
require
mad.
20.
I think we're starting to see why these guys are not contending for the table today. They're starting to miss too many doubles. Double 5, which he missed a little bit earlier on.
10.
And has missed
Simon,
again.
you require 2.
Working his way in.
Game shot
And
on the
eventually
fourth
getting
leg.
the
Simon
green bit
Stevenson.
for a very unlikely win in that leg in 24 darts. But 8 visit leg, 3 visit leg, which we scared a
Looks
little
like
bit
Ciaran
earlier.
to throw
Doesn't
first,
matter as long
game
as you
on.
get the leg. And very similar to what we saw a bit earlier on in today's campaign.
96.
In fact, in the last match, the person who was 3-1 up has the lesser average by 8 points. Just going to show that
60.
averages don't win matches. If I can impress any piece of advice on the younger generation, it's to forget about averages. I know we talk about them a
99.
lot. They're just a guide. Something for commentators and analysts to talk about. As a player, you want to forget
84.
them entirely. They don't mean anything. I was once told, as a young man, by my good pal Graham
133.
Stoddart, who said averages lie. I've never forgotten that. And he was so right.
100.
I'm going to tell you something that I talk to young kids about these days.
57.
And I always pose a question. What's the difference between a 13 darter and a 15 darter? The answer to that question is nothing. They both win
85.
in the same amount of
Ciaran,
visits.
you require 116.
The average doesn't mean anything. Just think about that for a second. Double 18. And it is a
Game shot on the
15
fifth
darter
leg.
that Ciaran
Ciaran
Teehan finds. So he's still in the match at 3 legs to 2 down. So thank you for proving my point
6
there,
legs
Mr.
Simon to
Teehan.
throw first. Game on.
There is no difference between a 13 darter and a 15 darter. It's just the average, which doesn't mean anything.
95.
A 15 darter has just made the averages between the two of these guys even wider.
131.
It's around about 10 points now. And there you see it's 78 for Stevenson and 88 for Teehan.
100.
I've been in matches where my statistics have languished behind my opponent, but I still got the win.
174.
I definitely wasn't complaining. And Teehan is not complaining about that 174. All of a sudden he's playing really hot stuff.
$136.
He might have missed 12 darts at double, but he's got 2 maximums and a 91 average. But there's no better way to finish a match than a
Simon,
170.
170.
And it's possible here. Possible no longer.
45.
Bad
Ciaran
deflection.
Teehan, 100.
it may not matter, because if you look at that 9 next to Teehan's name, he's put himself on 100 after only 3 visits. No 2 double tops. And you shouldn't go for tops here. He knows that.
40.
Slightly easier out now to win the match 4-2. 64 tops.
50.
Ciaran,
you
now he's starting to find that 5. Let's see if that comes into play. Should we go to leg 7? Oh, he's found tops eventually. And he's also found the double 10 he needed.
Ciaran Teehan.
So a match that Simon Stevenson has pretty much dominated on the leg count. He now has to find one more just to get over the line against a resurgent
final leg, Ciaran to throw
Teehan.
first. Game on.
Maybe he can get a bit of inspiration from one of Cork's finest in John O'Shea, who had a great run yesterday
96.
in a Players' Championship to the final where he lost out to Michael Smith. Great day for Bully Boy, but a best PDC return for the still World Masters
60.
champion John O'Shea. It's almost a shame that he can't defend it this year.
140.
But that has been the case in the past. I remember when Stephen Bunting won the Lakeside, he didn't defend it. He was already in the PDC by that point.
101.
Glenn Durrant did not defend at the O2 after he won 3 consecutive Lakesides. So
133.
it's not always the case that you get to defend a trophy that you win. Now, Teehan has been defending really well, but like I usually say, there's no defence in darts, there's only attack.
26. Ciaran Teehan, 132.
Teehan is attacking now to give himself 8 points in the table and a 4-point gap to the bottom 3.
96.
Oh, a leave of double 18. Scoring performance has been much better than his opponent. More 180s, more 140s, even with that shot there from Simon. And more legs. Not yet.
No score.
This would be a huge blow.
94.
Not just to Stevenson's chances for the top 3, but to Murray and Richardson as well. Double 9. Oh, and he gets over the line with the last dart. So hands on hips for him. And he does get to 8 points in the table. He did deserve the win when you look at the stat sheets. But the fact of the matter is, Stevenson was in position at 3-1. And losing the last 3 legs will do his confidence no good, unfortunately. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Ryan Murray trying to get his first win of the day. And he's up against the dominant Matthew Dennant, who, if he wins, is going to be one step closer to winning Group A. We'll be right back. suppose the next question that we have to pose is, Matthew Dennant, can he stay undefeated? So over to you, Matt. It's up to you. 7 wins from 7 games. Very impressive and a great leg difference as well. Ryan Murray is up against it if he wants to make the top 3. Not just because he's 4 points behind Ciaran Teehan now, but he hasn't got a win today, and he's the only person not to have got one.
Game on.
And it doesn't come more difficult than this right now. And if you look at the way they played yesterday, even when Ryan Murray averaged 98, he still didn't beat Matthew Dennant.
131.
You could say this is a bit of an exploratory visit for Ryan.
60.
Never been here before. Just trying to find out what it's all about. Matthew's been here plenty of times.
121.
He had some pretty good performances, but I think he would admit that he underperformed.
180.
Not underperforming here, as he gets his first max very quickly. But in 2022, if you look at his live league results, they're so much better than last year. Best effort in 2021, a 4th place in week 1 of phase 5.
41. Ran you a car 160.
This year already, he's already made Champions Week in phase 2.
27.
And finals night in week 4 of phase 1. So, he's definitely trending in the right direction.
140. Ran you a car 133.
Ryan's maybe going to rue that previous visit of 27.
22.
And
Matt,
that
you
one
require 80.
of 22. Dennant in for the kill.
60. Ran you a car
Almost anywhere.
111.
92 left. A central 60.
79. Might you require 20.
Double 5 for Dennant.
Game shot on the
Great
first leg.
shot.
Matt Dennant.
For a 17-dart break of throw. And is anybody going to stop this guy? Scott Marsh won't go away, but it's up to
Matt
Dennant.
to throw first. Game on.
If he keeps winning, he goes through. It's that simple. He's already beaten Scott Marsh twice. He's already beaten Ciaran Teehan twice. If he beats Ryan Murray for a second time in 24 hours, he will get to 16 points, 4 points ahead of his closest rival with only 2 matches to go.
60.
Marsh plays next against Teehan.
60.
So this group will be done and dusted if Matt Dennant wins this match and Marsh loses the next game. It's that simple.
60.
But it's getting to the point where Marsh can't beat Dennant because the leg difference is so wide. It's currently 9 legs.
45.
But Matt knows, because he's been in very tight situations, not just here, but in his career.
81.
He knows that the finest margins can burn you. It was him who could have denied Glenn Durrant a tour card.
96.
And if he had, the likelihood is that Glenn would never have won the Premier League. He would never have won a couple of Pro Tour titles. But because he missed
70.
a valuable shot,
Might you require 160.
found his way to the top of the Prem. It's the old butterfly
100.
effect, isn't it? One thing goes your way and then things just happen. If it went the other way, you just never know what your path would have been.
95. Might you require 60.
20 for tops to double the lead.
Game
And he's
shot on
very
the second
comfortable
leg. Matt Dennant.
playing at this level. Mid-80s average, just pootling along, just doing things tidily. 2-0 in no time at all.
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Imagine being 8 games undefeated and still not
100.
safe. That tells me what Scott Marsh is all about. No matter how good you are, I'll just keep going for you until it's mathematically impossible.
96.
Lesser players would have given up by now. But as far as Ryan's challenge for the top 3 is concerned, it's being dealt a bit of a blow here, but that's a really good throw there from Ryan. First maximum of the match.
140.
He's 4 points adrift of Ciaran Teehan. He's got 6 to play for.
95.
This game, a game against Richardson, who is one of his rivals for that top 3 spot. And then he will finish against Teehan,
98.
which could be
Raniel
telling.
126.
Ooh, bullseye.
101.
Not
Matt
quite.
Yukar, 167.
Good attempt.
$97. Raniel 25.
Got to keep it tidy here for a 5-visit win. 2 8s.
9.
Invitation for Dennant for 3-0, who's averaging close to 92 here. Double 4.
66.
Massive
Raniel
chance.
class 16.
Massive chance. 4s for Murray. Oh,
No
and he gets the
score.
wrong bed.
Matt, you require
Seen that a
4.
few times today. Someone's hit double 6 going for double 10. Double 1 going for double top. How about double 1, which we just mentioned?
2. Raniel requires
This one's
16.
getting away from both of them.
Game shot on the
But
third
Murray
leg.
does
Ryan
take
Murray.
it eventually. It's only a hold of throw, but at least he's got himself scoring. He's not going to be bageled in this one, as it is 1-2.
Fourth leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
In fact, today is following a very similar pattern to yesterday. We don't have any scores of 4-0, which is always good to see.
60.
If you look at the game that these guys had yesterday, it was 4 legs to 2.
91.
And it was a typically solid display from Matt, who averaged 95.04 with just over 1/3 of his doubles hit. And he will be feeling a lot more refreshed
59.
today, considering he had to travel here at 3:30 in the morning yesterday, whereas I'm sure he got an extra few hours kip this morning.
55.
He did say that he can't take his foot off the pedal here. He's got to remain focused. He's got to minimise those bad visits, and he just did that.
96.
Doesn't really have to go the 18s route here. There's a lot of people who would have stayed on the 60s there because of Murray's position.
84.
But yet again, he's turned a bad visit into a decent one.
$102.
Yeah, good counting there from Ryan. Using that 25 to get to the finish.
140.
But the
Raniel
finish left
Carr,
by Dennant is a lot
157.
sweeter. A lot easier.
80. Matt, you require 78.
So, 18s are calling. 20s are calling. Double it.
38. Ryan, you require 77.
Let's go to 19s. And double the 10.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
all of a
leg.
sudden, this
Ryan
game
Murray.
on for 2-2. It was looking very cushy for Matt Dennant at 2-0, but things have changed. It's now level.
Fifth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Look at the scholar in the background. Almost
100.
looks like the girl in The Ring, that horror movie, just staring at the corner. I guarantee you that's not what he's thinking. He's just trying to focus his mind.
100.
This is brilliant all of a sudden.
180.
And Ryan is starting to equalise all of the stats now. He's ahead in the 180s.
60.
The doubles are identical in percentage and in attempts and hits. There you see it. Almost identical averages. He's ahead on the maximums
100.
now. But 18.18% for both of them on the outer ring. 2 attempts hit from 11.
96. Ryan, you acquire 1.
Goes at the outer ring. You just get the feeling that Murray's starting to take hold of this game.
81.
He's left tops after 12. Always an encouraging thing to say as a commentator for a player.
58. Ryan, you acquire 40.
Is Dennant staring down the barrel of defeat for the first time?
Getting shot
Yes,
on the
he
fifth
is.
leg, Ryan Murray.
Because not only has his opponent now taken the lead from 2-0 down, but he's just had his best leg of the day. So, worrisome times for Dennant.
6 leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
He does not want to lose from here, I can guarantee you that.
86.
'Cause can you imagine holding the lead in this group for the best part of 2 days? You lose your first match, and then all of a sudden
91.
Scott Marsh, who plays next against Teehan, would find himself level.
134.
Having said that, Matthew would have a game in
95.
hand against Simon Stevenson. That cannot be ignored. It's a bit like seeing someone at the top of the Premier League. Yes, they got more points, but they've only played
41.
35 matches instead of the Chasers' 34. So we have to bear that in mind.
140.
But Ryan Murray is starting to play some of the darts that we know he can. Dennant will not go quietly.
180.
Second maximum of the match for him. And a guaranteed look at 60. That was brilliant in every way.
45. Matt, you require 60.
Just to deny Murray a shot for the match.
Game shot on the 6
And
leg.
he refuses to go with that defeat. So 3-3 it is. 1 leg shootout. And a very good match all of a sudden.
7th and final leg. Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yet again he looks at the back wall. Waiting to hear the call of what Murray starts with.
57.
He's already broken him in this match. He's just got to do it one more time. I know that's easy for me to say it. But he could use a 14 darter like the last leg. That might be good enough.
85.
The only reason it wouldn't be is if Murray goes 15 or better.
100. 55.
Doesn't come up with that last dart 60. And he's still waiting for errors from the Scotsman.
85.
An error which doesn't really come.
60.
It's just amazing how elusive that treble 20 can be in legs like this. Got to go south.
139.
And that's a great visit. Forces Dennant to find 2 trebles minimum. Can he get the full boat? Oh, it's a disaster.
Annual car 120.
Oh, he won't believe that. He did so well, but it may not be of any consequence because Murray's on tops for the match anyway.
80.
And now it does make a difference. The treble 5 left him on a bogey number. tremendous darts.
130, Ryan Ugual,
But
40.
ultimately, Matt Dennant needed a 4-visit leg.
Game shot on the match.
He
Ryan
just
Murray.
knew it was going to happen. A first defeat of the week. And Ryan Murray found a brilliant leg of darts at the very end. The stats are very, very even. Checkouts, attempts, hits. Unfortunately for Matthew Dennant, that game was won because Ryan Murray got one more shot than him. That was it. So there's got a lot of stuff to think about at the top of the Group A table all of a sudden. And now we go over to Scott Marsh, who will start round 4 of our games here on Wednesday. And if he finds a win against Teehan, he will be very much in with a shout. Come back to us very shortly and we'll see that match. The fight for top spot in Group A is continuing, and it will take another twist here if Scott Marsh gets a victory. But the battle for third spot as well is very much alive with the opponent of Scott Marsh here. Lots of questions to be posed. And if Marsh does start round 4 of our matches today with a victory, he will be level on points with Dennant, who has now suffered defeat for the first time. But Murray, who got his first win of the day just now, is back in the hunt for third. What he would like to see is a Scott Marsh win, which would keep Ciaran Teehan in touching distance. Richardson and Stevenson are looking likely to be in Group C come Thursday and Friday morning. It's all smiles right now, but the focus is about to be switched on.
First leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
So far today, Ciaran Teehan has scored
50.
1 victory from 3 matches. Lost out to Matt Dennant in game 1. And also lost out by the same scoreline of 4 legs to 1 to James Richardson.
140.
But he did come through an arduous battle with Simon Stevenson in game number 8. Had a short break between that
97.
game and this one. And he's now looking to do a bit more damage against Marsh. As for Scott's day,
100.
pretty good. 2 wins and only 1 loss. The loss coming to Matt Dennant.
92.
No shame in that, though. He gave a lot in that match. Averaged 98.1. It wasn't quite enough, as the best performance of the day was put in by Dennant,
60.
who will be smarting a little bit right now, thinking, I should be 4 points ahead. But he wasn't able to close the deal against Ryan Murray.
30.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of nerves and tension over the next 6 matches.
100.
It will be typical Scott Marsh if he was able to win this group from this position. The amount of times that people have taken all the plaudits, they've had the big averages,
65.
and he
Scott, your
comes
car,
up from behind and
101.
just finds a way to sneak in. He's very much an under-the-radar kind of player. Doesn't do anything spectacular.
49. Ciaran, your car, 167.
This would be very spectacular. It would be. And it almost was.
Scott, your car, 54.
Heart and mouth stuff there for Marsh, who's been expecting to break the throw for the last 60 seconds. And he does break the throw with a pinpoint shot from the left side of the hockey. You will see that from him quite a lot. If he misses tops high, he will go to the left to try and open up the bed a bit more.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
I wonder what the ambitions are of Marsh this year. Is he going to try and get back to the lakeside? Or does he harbour ambitions of maybe doing
23.
a little bit better in the Challenge Tour? He's made a final in the Challenge Tour this year, losing out to Scott Williams in Germany. When you're doing things like that, you are playing really well.
99.
He's at number 10 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, currently on £2,050. He would fancy, based on Scott Williams' form, he may not be caught. The top 2 positions in the Challenge Tour do get a spot
85. Scott,
at the World Championship, and they get a tour card. So if he can gun for the top 2, he might still get a tour card for next year.
54.
He'd have to find £2,000 more to catch Stephen Burton, who currently occupies that number 2 spot. But that is not out of the question.
40. Scott, you require 82.
To double the lead, to the chagrin of Matthew Dennant. A beautiful bullseye.
50.
And a still gaping 32 bed. Just in case.
180.
First
Scott
maximum of the match.
32.
Does it make any difference? It shouldn't. And it doesn't.
Second leg. Scott Marsh.
He knows how his darts behave. And that's the thing about getting that dart just outside of double 16 with the way those darts sit in. It was bound to just bounce in there like it did.
Throw first. Game on.
We're seeing a lot of focused players in the room today. They have ambitions. Scott Marsh does not want to play tomorrow. He does not want to play on Friday.
60.
When you have to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday, it's taxing mentally and physically.
58.
And for someone like Scott, who has had a leg injury in the last year, you just wonder if that does come into play at any point. He looks like he's moving pretty freely these days. I do believe that leg injury had something to do with his British Open win, didn't he? Take a tumble off a stage or something like that when he was celebrating. I'm just guessing there, but I'm sure I heard something to that effect.
140.
No guessing there, because he's starting to stretch his legs. A 4-0 victory
96.
for Marsh in this match, and I know this is somewhat speculation, but if he does find it, the leg difference to Matt Dennant is going to be bridged a little
57.
bit more to make things even more exciting.
153.
Mr. 167 on the bull in the previous leg
43.
or two.
Scott
Doesn't even
64.
get close to that one. And Marsh, who's hit 2 shots from 6 attempts so far in this match, doesn't even get a look this time. This is
24.
A free hit.
Ciaran Teehan 110.
Only had 1 shot at a double in this match, and it was at the bull. And he's not going to get a shot at double here.
Scott Teehan 40.
Like I said earlier, if he misses high, he'll go left to skirt it in from his left. It doesn't matter. He's having to go to his left this time. And he's found double 10.
Scott Marsh.
Great camera work by our production crew to give you a view of what we would see from over the top of the board. A lovely use of the dart to skirt that dart in for a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Some of the other players vying for that top 2 in the Challenge Tour. You look at likes of
41.
Danny Van Tripe, Jim McEwen, who has already won a phase here this year and has already qualified for Champions Week in phase 3. Same could be said for Stephen Burton. He's already in Champions Week.
95.
Good friend of the Live League, Andy Jenkins, is in 5th spot after winning a Challenge Tour event very recently. And the likes of Stu Wilson and Lee Evans,
100.
also participants in the Live League this year, who have got an excellent chance of making the top 2.
59.
You look at the likes of Robert Owen in spot number 13 and Matthew Edgar. They're having very solid Challenge Tour seasons and playing some great stuff this season.
45.
Just wonder what else they can find. He's played some great players this year, Scott Marsh. Beating the likes
83.
of Franz Roach of Germany, who's a very good player. Diogo Portela, Jacques Larbe of France. There are some whisperings that maybe France will get a World Cup team in the PDC this year. I wonder if that'll be the case. But when Scott made his final on the 1st of April, he lost out to Scott Williams, like I said, but he took out the likes of Nathan Gervin, Chris Landman, Lucas Veinig. There's some good players in there.
134.
He's beaten Dan Reed and Lennon Craddock on tour this year. Some names that we're very familiar with.
133. Ciaran Teehan, 130.
Everybody knows how to get a 130. But you can't do it with two single 20s.
100.
You can get a win
42.
when you're 3-0 up and sitting on 42. This win, a first 4-0 of the day, would be enormous. And it is big. Marsh has just delivered a real hammer blow to the chances of Matthew Dennant winning this group. It's still in his hands, but Marsh is just not going away. He wins by 4-0 with an 85 average and 40% on doubles. It's a very solid display, but ultimately Ciaran Teehan lost that match because he only got one shot at a double in leg one, and that was at the bullseye, a bullseye that he missed. So, round number 4 kicks off with Teehan losing by 4-0. Now it's time for Richardson and Murray to see if they can catch him in third spot. Hello and welcome back to Group A action here on Wednesday at the Online Darts Live League. And we know now that if Ryan Murray gets another victory in his next match, he will make sure that he is still in the battle for the top 3, and James Richardson will not. It's all tied at the top now. Look how close it is all of a sudden. But the key statistic there is that Dennant has a game in hand. He's only played 8.
First leg exchange.
Marsh has played 9.
Game on.
But for this match, if Ryan Murray finds another win, after getting a bit of confidence in beating the formerly undefeated Matt Dennant,
140.
then potentially he's in the driving seat for the top half, because Ciaran Teehan has just lost very heavily and his leg difference has gone down to -8. Murray is at -2,
60.
but only 2 points adrift. He has 2 matches left. This
140.
and a game against Teehan. We do know, though, that if
96.
Murray beats Richardson, he can't make the top half, which means he would be guaranteed a spot in Group C with his son Josh.
140.
And Simon Stevenson on 4 points has to win his last 2 matches to harbour any hope.
140. Ran you require 124.
In fact, I've just done a recalculation. I think Simon Stevenson has not got any chance of making the top half. I make it he's in Group C.
92.
Because there has to be somebody
65.
doing better than him. So, that leaves tops. That leaves nothing, and that's the name of the game. James Richardson with a nice 15-dart start there against Murray. And there's a bit more bounce in the step there for James Richardson, which is good to see.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
If you are just joining us in
the
last hour or so, I'll just reconfirm for you who we've got coming up later in the week. Group C tomorrow from 9:30 AM live on Sporty Stuff TV.
85.
Josh Richardson, Ryan Finesse, Sam Kankett will be joined by the bottom 3 people in this
82.
group. And then tomorrow night, Group B, Andy Hamilton, PDC winner of course, multiple major finalists.
135.
Daryl Pilgrim, the scourge of the average sheets. And Paul Hogan, the man they dub the
83.
professional amateur. They will be joined by the top half people who do not win the group. So positions 2 and 3 will graduate to Group B from 10 PM via the usual channels.
59. James Rukar, 141.
Richardson playing a very speedy game here, and that's a bad sign for Murray. When he speeds up, he's usually playing brilliantly.
Ryan Rukar, 146. 92.
Good approach.
James Rukar, 102.
That doesn't help. He'd rather have hit the single one.
82. Ryan Rukar, 54.
Works out pretty well in the end, but he needs errors from Murray if he wants to take a 2-0 lead.
34.
Errors that do
James
come.
Rukar, 20.
He'll go for this from slightly left of centre on the hockey. Some of the things he does. But he's not wearing his Darts for Heroes shirt today, but he is taking a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Good average there, 96.97. It's not as if Ryan's playing poorly.
140.
But the speed, the rhythm, it looks so much better.
$100.
Look at that first dart as well. Whenever he gets that right,
140.
there just seems to be an ease that comes into his scoring game. Two players here using moulded flights, long stems, a
91.
very elongated setup. Trying to get the darts to land very upright.
100.
Whatever works. And right now it's working very well for Richardson. He's not troubling his personal best right here,
70.
but he's still putting in a
James
fabulous
Ricard,
display.
121.
Double 8.
105.
He is all over the board and hitting most of the things he's going for.
100. James, you require 16.
He may have 6 darts from here, you just never know. Double 4. Gave him trouble earlier.
No score.
gives him
Ryan, you
trouble
require
again.
140.
Good effort on that first 60.
100.
Oh.
James, you require 16.
That was a somewhat speculative single 20 there. That could have gone in the 60 and burst
James
it.
shot on the third
It wouldn't
leg.
have mattered,
James Richardson.
Because in no time at all, it's 3-0 to James Richardson, and he's not going to let go of this chance of the top 3
Fourth leg,
because
Ryan
a
to
big
throw
win will
first.
definitely
Game on.
help him to get back in the running. If he can get to 6 points and win by 4 legs to 1,
121.
he will get to -6 leg difference, and Murray's will be -5. 4-0 will be better.
180.
And remarkably, that's the first maximum of this match for James.
91.
A very tidy 100+ average, which is looking very comfortable for him right now.
81.
James is going to have to win this match and the next.
99.
And he is going to need Ryan Murray to beat Ciaran Teehan in a tight match come match 13.
180.
But he is hitting everything right now. If he hits the 11 darter, it's going to be his best performance of the week.
100. James, you require 60.
Where has this come from? Double 10.
40. Ryan, you require 90.
Too much darts missed. Now he's got a good 25 in bull. He doesn't have to. It just makes sense. Now, how much of that can you see with a 28-gram dart in the way? This could be Dart of the Week.
42.
That was an extremely
James, you
difficult
require
shot.
20.
This is a lot easier. And he
James
made it
shot
look
on the
very
match.
easy.
James Richardson.
That was possibly the shortest game of the week by some distance. He played brilliantly there, did James Richardson. Let's have a look at the average. It's a good 100.2, exactly the same as what we saw from Matt Dennant in match 15 yesterday, if I am correct. It is exactly the same, but 93 for Murray. Not a bad performance, just didn't get enough shots at double. Only the 3. So, the battle for third spot does continue, and the battle for top spot continues right now, as we see Matt Dennant going up against Simon Stevenson. That's coming up right after this. Hello and welcome back, and the gauntlet has been laid down for Matt Dennant to see if he can keep his lead at the top of the table on points. He is now up against Simon Stevenson, who is going to play in Group C over the next couple of days. So what will happen in this one? This one will see an end to our fourth round of matches before we have the final furlong. So Stevenson at the bottom, he can't qualify into Group B. So he knows that now. At least I think he does.
First leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
But as far as Matt is concerned, he's very aware of where Scott Marsh is right now, which is on the same points and 4 legs behind in leg difference. He's not been that close since the early matches yesterday. And after tasting defeat for the very first time, it's now time to respond. And nothing better than finding a maximum with your first visit.
$121.
What he would give for a 4-0 victory here. And I was saying earlier that we haven't had many 4-0s in this group. We've just had 2 in a row. Huge for Marsh to get one over Teehan. And then Richardson
60.
With almost the performance of the day. But someone's come to play, haven't they? I don't think he likes the fact that Marsh is close. He wants to put him to bed over the next couple of legs and the next couple of matches.
60. Matt, you require 45.
Let's face it, if Matt wins this game and he beats James Richardson, he's through. It doesn't matter what Scott Marsh does. But Scott's only got 1 match left. And that's against Simon Stevenson.
89. Matt, you require 32.
Stevenson will have an effect on who wins this Group
Game
A.
shot on the first
And Matt
leg.
Dennant takes the first leg in 13 darts. The first blow from the man from the West Midlands, saying to the rest of the field that I will not be
Second
denied.
leg, Matt to throw first. Game on. $100.
This is a really good start. In fact, the same kind of start that we saw from Dennant against Marsh, where they were both averaging 112 after 3 legs.
140.
I don't think I've ever seen Matt's rhythm as good as it has been the last couple of days, especially at times today. I've said he's a good technician, but
60.
you can be a good technician and have bad rhythm. Right now, they're both working well.
140.
And he is completely wiping the floor with Stevenson so far in the scoring stakes.
60. Matt, you require 121.
There is an ocean between them in level right now. Double 18.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt
This
Dennant.
is breathless. We could be seeing another 4-0. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, and Matt does not want to get ahead of himself as well. But this is
Third leg, Simon
A++
to throw first. Game
level Matthew Dennant. There you see it.
98.
I almost don't want to say it. The closest we've been to somebody breaking the 120 in this room was Mike Warburton. Now, I know that he doesn't hold the record, but
59.
he had a 115.62 average last year. If he'd have hit his first match dart, his average was going to be 122.
81.
That's the closest we've been. Consequently, 2 other players have averaged more than Mike from that day.
60.
In this room, anyway. There have been 3 live league averages better than that in the last 2.5 years. Boris Koltsov with a 116, Kevin
60.
Burness with a 117, and Jason Askew with a 118.
$97.
But as soon as I start talking about averages, see how things just start drying up a little bit. If I were to say to Matt right now, would you take
98.
2 points or a record average? You'd say, I'll take the 2 points, thank you very much.
$100.
Narrowly
Simon
missed
O'Connor,
a
164.
second treble 20 there, which would have got him to a slightly more favourable finish. And that's why Stevenson did not
100.
decide to go for the treble 18. But if you think this leg is over, think again.
131. Simon O'Connor, 64.
Double 8.
48. Matt
I
O'Connor,
smell
54.
bad news for Stevenson at the foot of the table. Double top.
Getting shot on the third
Bad news
leg.
it
Matt
is.
Dennant.
And it's almost a bad 17 darter for Matt Dennant. Considering what he's delivered so far in this match, he's only averaging 107.
Fourth leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
Got to pay a big tribute to Simon Stevenson today, because yesterday he didn't get any wins. Today he's had 2. So a marked improvement.
60.
He's had some good displays as well. Beat Ryan Murray by 4 legs to 3. That match wasn't brilliant, but he was very
60.
accomplished in beating James Richardson by 4 legs to 1. They came in his first 2 matches.
140.
And he has lost a match since then against Ciaran Teehan.
$141.
That's one way to get yourself onto 300 with a treble 7. Takes the 1 off the end.
140.
Matt hasn't done that yet, but you can see that he's only got one thing in mind, and that is get to 16 points and re-establish this
140.
massive gap in leg difference. Oh boy. I had a feeling he was going to get a shot at the bull there.
Simon O'Connor, 160.
Can Simon get a shot at tops? Oh, that was close. Those heavy darts just bounced against each other.
140.
But
Matt
he wished
O'Connor,
he'd
79.
hit that with his second shot. Can Matt Dennant get a shot for the match? Yes.
39.
And the last time
Simon
he
O'Connor,
had a
20.
performance like this, he had a shot like that at tops and narrowly missed it. Double
Getting shot on
10.
the fourth leg.
Make
Simon
sure that we haven't got
Stevenson.
3 4-0s in succession. Simon Stevenson wipes the brow as if to say, I'm just glad that I didn't get beaten 4-0.
Fifth leg,
This
Simon to
game
throw
isn't over
first.
yet.
Game on.
Oh, the trials of the game of darts. 40
60.
points away from victory. And now you've got to do all that work again to get a match dart.
$54.
I've been there in best of 7. I've been 3-0 up. I've lost 4-3. It doesn't feel good.
100.
The only thing for me is that I remember being in a World Cup. Yeah, that doesn't sting at all.
60.
And we ended up losing the pairs after that as well. So that was completely my fault.
60.
That's the first start he wants. He can attack the bed with that backstop there.
140.
That's a much better visit there from Matt.
100.
It's not an action you would teach. The throw of Simon Stevenson, where he just prods the air and that wrist goes through.
60.
I think if I did that, I'd probably break a tendon in my wrist pretty quickly. What styles in this game? I just love to see the different styles. You got the classic against the quirky here.
100.
And what was looking like
Simon,
a big win for Dennant
81.
might be very different. 74. And 60 can't be completed.
41. Matt, you
So
require
one
54.
dart he had in the last leg for the match was missed. This time he gets 2.
14.
Oh boy, how did
Simon,
that
you
not
require
nestle?
40.
He couldn't have got any closer if he tried.
Game shot on the fifth
Look
leg.
at that
Simon
for a
Stevenson.
contrast. You see 2 darts right down the line, and the second one bends the wire, and then you've got that one where the darts are almost 2 inches apart, but one of them registers the points.
To throw first. Game on.
The averages have come down big style. Stevenson at 85, 97 for Dennant. He's probably wishing this game was best of 5.
81.
He was 1 dart away from 16 points and a personal best average.
60.
He was then 2 darts away from 16 points and a great display to put massive pressure
59.
on Scott Marsh. But now the pressure's on him. We saw so much of this yesterday.
140.
People being 3-0 up and inviting their opponents back in. This is a stressful situation now.
100.
Of all of the players in this group, these two are the highest averaging in the Challenge Tour in 2022. Stevenson at 88.59, Dennant at 90.99.
41.
But those averages don't
Simon, you call
equate
161.
to brilliant ranking positions in the Challenge Tour. That equates to a great, great leave. What is happening
30.
in
Simon,
this
you
match?
call 24.
Is it 3-3? Double 3.
No score.
Good play. I like that. The last thing you want to do is leave yourself on 3 points.
100. Simon, you call 24.
So back to double 12 instead of double 3 or 3. And it is a winning leg. He's won 3 in a row after Matt Dennant came out of the traps like a greyhound with running shoes like fireworks. So it's a one-leg shootout and it's a big leg.
First. Game on.
Not only has Matt got to win it,
60.
but he's got to do it against the darts. Now, regardless of what happens, he is going to be top of the table. He will remain on 14 points at
58.
the very least. And his leg difference would only go down to plus 14, 3 ahead of Marsh. But this situation is not something he wanted.
132.
He wants to be in front on points.
140.
An incredible 140. But Stevenson is playing like a player who doesn't want to lose.
99.
And I love that about him. He's forgetting about the situation that Matt's in. And he just wants to get himself on 6 points for the
99.
day.
85.
It's good. First to a finish. What Dennant would give, or would have given, for a third maximum in the match.
40.
What he
Simon
comes up with is a
125.
164 leave, which I feel may not be good enough. 60 for tops.
65. Matt Urquhart,
Has
164.
Dennant got one more trick up his sleeve. He gave it every chance.
96. Simon Urquhart, 60.
The only person who's had a match dart is his opponent, but now he gets one. He gets two.
50.
And he misses.
Matt Urquhart, 68.
Oh boy. The tension right now is palpable. Just make sure you get at least one. It's a double 16.
52. Simon Urquhart,
And that's 4
10.
mismatched darts in 3 different legs. And Stevenson has stolen that one. That really does hurt Matthew Dennant. But look on the bright side. He's still at the top of the table with 1 round of matches to go. It's going to be a very stressful half an hour. He had a better average all the way through it. And let's not forget, he was averaging around 108 after 3 legs. That was a big decrease in form over the last 4 legs. And Stevenson has got himself his 6th point of the day. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Ryan Murray against Ciaran Teehan. Hello and welcome back to the final round of matches for Wednesday, and it's a very interesting set of matches that we have. We're looking to cement a winner of Group A and to see who will go through into Group B, into third position, and that is what this match is all about. Now you can see Teehan is still in third position, and that will remain the case if he wins this match. If he loses this game, there's every chance he will lose
Ryan to
that
throw first.
position.
Game on.
As far as Ryan Murray's concerned, he's now in the bottom spot. But because it's so tight on leg difference and points, he could still, with a pretty good win here against Teehan, find himself in third.
60.
He's on the same points and the same leg difference as Simon Stevenson now, who has just thrown the cat amongst the pigeons as far as the top spot is concerned.
26.
Matthew Dennant has lost his last two matches by 4 legs to 3. But Simon will take on Scott Marsh next
45.
in his own quest to get into spot 3. But the fact of the matter is, he will only have that chance if Ciaran Teehan loses to Ryan Murray. Out of all the players today, though, Teehan has performed statistically the worst. Only 2 points gained from his 4 matches and a leg difference of -9. Murray is next on that list, 2 points and -5. So I suppose
81.
we're looking at a battle of two players who have had very little go their way today.
84.
After 4 matches, we've got Matt Dennant on 4 points, Richardson on 4 points, Marsh and Stevenson have got 6. So a much improved day.
82. Ran you require 109.
Simon Stevenson, much better than Tuesday. That leaves 52. Always best to check. Double top.
69.
That was a very fine effort. He's been struggling a little bit at times today, but there have been some hot spells for the lads from Cork. Double 5.
30. Ciaran, you require 52.
Didn't expect this chance. Double 16.
Game shot on
nice
the
find
first
there.
leg. Ciaran
It's an
Teehan.
unlikely break of through on 21 darts, but when your opponent misses 3 clean darts from 40, you've got to take advantage, and he has.
Sounding like Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, it was Ryan Murray's debut match against Teehan. Took him a little bit of time to figure things out, and he didn't get a great deal of joy in that match, only the 1 leg.
100.
But Teehan, to his credit, just under a 90 average and 40% on the doubles, and did get a 160 checkout in that match as well.
90.
That is still his best of the week, but not the best of the group. That still belongs to Scott Marsh, who got a 170 yesterday in match 2.
58.
Coincidentally against Simon Stevenson, who we will face next.
57. 96.
Just a reminder that we will be back from 9:30 AM tomorrow. Group C action will start.
100.
And then from 10 PM tomorrow, we will have Group B action. 10 matches from 10 p.m. 15 matches from 9:30 a.m. So plenty of online darts live league action for your entertainment.
$81.
And don't forget that
Getting
we are
your
live
power,
from 10 p.m. on
151.
Saturday night for the finals of Week 3 of Phase 3. It's not going to be another big out
91.
for Teehan against Murray. Not yet, at least. But is he taking advantage of Murray, who is struggling
43.
towards the end of this
Getting your
session?
power, 60.
He seemed to have the same problem yesterday.
Game
Teehan's not having any problems here. That's a 2-0 lead for him, and it's not a position he's been in a great deal over the last couple of days. Can he make use of it?
Third leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
We know for a fact that 3-0 or 2-0 is no guarantee of success. I think Matthew Dennant right now needs a couple
100.
of minutes. I think maybe it's a good thing that he's got 2 games off before he plays James Richardson.
140.
And even though Simon Stevenson has done Matt no favours, he firmly wants Stevenson to beat Marsh next.
100.
This is the complexity of round-robin format. The person that you hate for a few seconds when they beat you,
93.
if you look at the table and the fixture list, all of a sudden you could love them again.
$81.
Now, Ryan's just getting a bit ragged here. The average is 76 after a couple of legs and a bit. He's had 4 shots at a double and missed them all. It's not a great deal of positive
92.
reading there. He's got to stay on the 20s.
58.
He's left himself a bogey number. He thought the 60 was blocked, so he gambled on the 54 and it didn't pay off. That's a brilliant 140 from the Irishman. And he is starting to get a bit of confidence. So that leaves 87.
94. Ciaran Teehan 36.
Double 18 for a break of throw. For his second break of throw.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he is in command of this one. He's in command of getting that third spot as well. Only 1 leg more, and he will be playing tomorrow night.
Fourth leg Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
But where have we said that before? 1 more leg. Oh, that's right, in the previous game. And it didn't happen.
57.
It's all well and good putting yourself in position. Another thing is to finish the job.
140.
The amount of times that we've seen 3-0 deficits bridged over the last day and a bit is like no other group I've seen in the last couple of years.
180.
But that helps. First maximum of the match. There could be another.
180.
Showing him the path, are you, Ciaran? Maybe you should have hit 45.
41.
Oh, that doesn't help. This is a brilliant leg from Murray.
145.
I'll rephrase. Incredible leg. And for a man who's been averaging
96. Ranu
around 77 in this game, to leave 36 after 9
Game shot
is
on the
quite
fourth
amazing.
leg.
That's the
Ryan
best
Murray.
leg of the week by a long stretch. The best leg we've had up until that was 12 darts. Now we've just had a 10.
This leg Ryan to
Congratulations,
throw
Ryan.
first. Game on.
Just need to find 3 more legs to get the win.
100.
But here's the thing, and I'm not going to draw a line under this at all. because we'll have to check something. If Ryan Murray was to win this game 4-3, he'd go to 8 points.
95.
And he'd be on exactly the same leg difference as Ciaran Teehan. There's no point me saying that that is good enough for him to make third spot, because we
57.
don't know until we've seen Richardson and Stevenson as well. And they'd be in a position to strike, particularly
95.
James Richardson, because his leg difference is -5. Just a win for him would be good enough for
45.
third spot if Stevenson lost to Scott Marsh. So there are many things that can happen over the next couple of matches. We will keep touching base with that.
85.
But it makes no difference if he doesn't win the match.
100.
6 darts from 226. You're thinking 140 and 86. I've done that a million times before. And he doesn't even need
41.
170.
$99.
But what Ryan does is get himself in 2 dart range. Treble 17, I suggest.
113.
Just another miss on dart
Brand
3.
new car, 100.
That could be a costly miss, that one. Is that in? It is.
80.
The next
Brand
one
new
isn't.
car, 72.
So that big 3 that he hit means he might only get 1 shot for the match. It is only 1. But he only needs the 1. And that means that Ciaran Teehan has finished in 3rd position in Group A, and he will play in Group B come tomorrow night from 10 p.m. 86 average, around that for both players, but ultimately Teehan on the outer ring was so much better with 57%, and the highest check out of the match came at the very end. So well done, Ryan. You've had a good couple of days, but we will see you again tomorrow morning in Group C. As for Ciaran, we'll see him in Group B. And the other games we've got to go, Marsh will now take on Simon Stevenson. He can no longer finish in the top 3, but he could affect the top of the table. That's coming right up. This is a match which is match 14 of 15 for today, and it will signify who the best player of Wednesday is. Both of these players have had 6 points for the day. One of them is going to finish with 8. But most importantly, with the Group A table, if Marsh suffers defeat, then Dennant could be safe on 14 points. The reason why Simon Stevenson will be feeling buoyant is not just because he's played well today.
Game on.
But it's because he made Matthew Dennant twitch in the last match that he played. He has put a very big question mark next to what is possible in this group. For a while, it was looking academic that Dennant was going to sail through. But now with 2 matches to go, that is very much not the case. Marsh finds a way. I've said it a few times. And look at the focus.
140.
He's smelling an opportunity. He's on plus 11 in leg difference. 3 legs behind Dennant.
85.
So he's got to perform better than Dennant. Simply put, if Scott wins, Matthew loses, Marsh wins the group. But if they both win,
60.
It will come down to leg difference. And if their leg difference is the same, we'll have to go to legs 1. We may have to wait and see.
Got your car 161.
When the graphic comes up at the very end to see who's won the group. Nice and dramatic.
$97.
This is a good opening leg from Marsh, who's had a very decent day, very consistent. Had 8 points yesterday, and he could well grab another 8 today.
100.
I did say that 16 points would be safe. I might be wrong. Double top.
24. Simon, you require
chance for the steal, but it's a big ask. Too big an ask.
$56. Scott, you require 40.
Should be finding tops with 3 darts in hand most of the time.
Getting shot on the first leg.
There you have it. 16 darts is a very tidy start, and when he's got the darts, he's the one expected to win this match. So far, so good.
Second leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
You might say that there's nothing for Simon Stevenson to play for
140.
Here. I beg to differ. When you think about what he would have thought at dinner last night, I didn't get any points yesterday. I thought I played all right.
45.
He said to me this morning, I just want to get a win today. But if he was to sample his dinner later on, he knows he's going to be back tomorrow morning. But if he
60.
could look at the daily table and say, I was the best player today, what would that do for his confidence tomorrow? For that reason, this is a big game for Simon Stevenson.
60.
And if I were in his shoes, I would want to win this game badly. But he's
44.
not playing with the same kind of pressure as his opponent. This guy knows that if he loses, it's bye-bye.
95.
Let's say that Scott Marsh loses this match by 4 legs to 2. His leg difference will go to +9. And then Dennant could lose his match by 4 legs to 0 and it wouldn't matter. So all of the aggression has to be with the man from Orpington. And so far, so good. He's playing pretty well.
100.
Still trying to find that
Sammy
extra level.
157. $91.
Nice switch to leave 66. Marsh may be happy to leave 96 or better here. I don't think he's going to do that. But I've been wrong before. Oh, and he scores 66.
Sam, you require 66.
3 very compacted shots. You get the 6, you get the 20.
26.
You don't get the tops.
Scott, your car 135.
I've seen Marsh hit these kind of shots before. The best place for a 25 for him is low and left. That's pretty good. And we're not going to get a shot at the bullseye to win the leg. And
70.
you can see that there was a small
Sammy,
gap
you require
between
40.
his dart and the bullseye, and he found it.
Game shot
Nice
on the
shot.
second leg.
20
Ciaran
darter there from
Teehan.
Simon Stevenson. We're all level. We're down to best of 5 now. As each leg goes by, the tension keeps climbing.
Third leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
If I were Matthew Dennant right now, I'd be getting my earplugs in and just practicing away in that practice room where there are 2 boards.
60.
Let's not forget that he's playing against the James Richardson in that final match, who has just won by 4 legs to 0 against Ryan Murray in match 11. He seems to have the bit back between his teeth.
$60.
Just to remind you who you will see tomorrow in Group C, because it is now a completed group.
100.
It will be from 9:30 in the morning. Simon Stevenson, James Richardson, Ryan Murray, Josh Richardson. So we will get the father-son game over the next couple of days. Ryan Finesse and Sam Kankett.
83.
But I suppose the thing that's going to be headlining Group C is Richardson versus Richardson. I wonder who Carolyn's going to be supporting. Husband or son?
58.
Perfect first start for Marsh. Should be a 140 every day of the week.
100.
I'll be disappointed that it wasn't. Doesn't let anything bother him.
94.
He's one of those players. He's impossible to crack. I like this player. That's 76. That leaves 122. I think a 25 is the play here.
94.
I
Sammy
disagree
Newcall,
with that dart.
124.
A 25 would have put him in 2-dart range, as would a bullseye. So that was probably the right thing to do. Bullseye's the right thing to do here.
86. Scott require 100.
So as a result of hitting the single 18 and not going for the bullseye effort, he can only get 1 shot at a double here. And he doesn't get any.
48. Simon require 38.
What choice is Stevenson going to make here? The split.
6.
But
Scott
no hit.
require 56.
It's almost like I can hear gasps from the practice room. The West Midlands contingent of 1, hoping that Stevenson finds the target. The despair if Marsh finds 10s, which he does.
Shot on the third leg. Scott Marsh.
You're talking about someone who has won the British Open in the last 12 months. Someone who has bottle and someone who knows how to get across the line.
Fourth leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
And it doesn't matter how. The averages aren't good. They don't need to be good. You just need to win the key battles. It's a bit like a tug of war, this game sometimes. You just have to get an extra few centimetres on your tug and defend when they tug back. There's something I haven't done since middle school.
96.
That was great fun. Now, here's a question to our Twitter sphere out there. I know we've got a lot of people watching via Sporty Stuff TV and via YouTube internationally.
45.
So why don't you get in touch? If we were going to have a 5-man darting tug-of-war team, who would you want in it? Well, first name on my sheet would be Gerwin
99.
Price. I would have Peter Wright there because he has built a very solid stuff.
58.
I want somebody tall and strong in there. Now, that's a really good question. I might have to think about that one.
99.
That's good thinking from Marsh. Got it right on that occasion. I'll tell you who I'd want in my darting tug-of-war team. Dennis Nielsen of Sweden.
123.
Strong man from Sweden. Yeah, he would definitely be part of my crew.
$100.
So finely poised this game. Anything could happen from here. That's a great switch.
Dr. Carl 107.
I've seen him leave 60 plenty times today. This is a big shot. It's tops.
67. Sammy, you require
Now he's
60.
hoping he's coming back. He may not be. Tops it is for him.
Game shot
And
on
tops
the
he
fourth leg.
finds for
Simon
2-2.
Stevenson.
So the tighter this game is, the better it is for Matthew Dennant. So what's going to happen over the next 3 legs?
Scott to throw
we ask.
first. Game on.
Some games require lots of words. Some don't. This is the latter.
180.
But that requires words, and the word is magnificent. Oh, we're about to see the best portion of this game.
100. $46.
Not the best way to back up your maximum start, but on the bright side, you're still in the leg, with Marsh still owning the darts. That looks like that. I think that's in.
100.
It was confirmed by the referee Paul Hinks, who's doing a great job today. Still haven't seen a 127 here.
60.
And game.
Scott Ricard,
With Paul as our referee. There is time yet. Go after the 51. Well,
78.
I thought that treble 20 looked a little bit precarious. So that was a somewhat brave last dart.
$47.
He's got plenty of time for the 83 because the bogey number's been left by the man from Plymouth. Doesn't have to go 16 bull here. You can go treble 14 for double 12 maybe. May even go bull for double A. But anything and everything to
43.
leave tops. That's the Scott Marsh game plan. Oh, look at that one clatter right off the flight.
120. Scott, you require 40.
Well, there is pressure on this. He'll have to step left. Double 10.
20.
And that's a big miss. You can
Simon, you
see what it
require
means to him.
48.
Stevenson for 3-2 and a break of throw. He's
Game
only
showing a fifth leg.
affecting
Simon
what's
Stevenson.
happening way above him in the table. He's playing in Group C tomorrow and on Friday, but he's affecting everything at the top of the table in Group A.
6 leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
Just because someone like Simon is not winning the group doesn't mean he's not affecting who does.
100.
That motivation he will have to try and be the top dog in the daily table is making a difference.
81.
Let's say that Stevenson does defend his throw here in leg 6 and wins 4-2. Marsh will stay on 14 points.
100.
His leg difference will suffer and go to +9, and Matthew Dennant will win Group A.
95.
He will be out of sight, and that leg difference that's been so rich over the last 24 hours will pay dividends.
140.
And Simon Stevenson, who defeated him in somewhat heartbreaking fashion in match 12, is now starting to do Matt a huge favour. But the job isn't done yet.
123. Simon, you require
But it's a
161.
little closer with that treble 1. Another treble 20 till he double 12.
97.
Inches closer. This has got to be a 105 plus. He's not going to find that. And it's looking
60. Simon,
increasingly
you require
likely
64.
he's not going to get a second straight win against Simon this week. Double 16.
32.
And that's the
Scott, you
first
require
shot missed for the match.
142.
Yesterday it was 4-1 to Marsh. He had a brilliant display, averaging over 101 and 100% on doubles. It's been nowhere near that
51.
in this
Simon,
game.
you require 32.
This is to win the daily table and to put Matthew Dennant through as winner of Group A.
Game shot
And
on
that is the
match.
case.
Simon Stevenson.
So the man who damaged Matthew Dennant's chances has now done him a huge favour and allowed him to play the last game of the day against James Richardson with zero pressure. 81 for Scott, 82 for Stevenson. Ultimately just a little bit better on the doubles. But the fact of the matter is, Matthew Dennant wins the group and he now has a free hit against Richardson, who knows where he's playing over the next couple of days. So well done, Matthew. Come back down to the Yockey for one more game, why don't you, after the break. Hello and welcome back to our final match for Wednesday in Group A. Everybody knows where they're going to be playing over the next couple of days, and Matthew Dennant knows exactly what he's doing for the next couple of days, which is exactly what he wants. Let's ask him a little bit later, because congratulations, Matt. You've done enough to get into the finals on Saturday. You've got the same points as Scott Marsh, but that plus 14 means that even if you lose this game by 4-0, you're still safe. It's a very big sigh of relief, considering he was undefeated in 7 matches and then proceeded to lose his next 2 by 4-3 against Murray and against Simon
First leg is Matt to
Stevenson.
throw first. Game on.
So Scott Marsh is going to be playing in Group B over the next couple of days. So Group B is as follows. As we see a more relaxed 180 from Dennant. It's going to be Andy Hamilton, Darrell Pilgrim, Paul Hogan,
125.
Ciaran Teehan and Scott Marsh for tomorrow night's coverage. Richardson will come back for Group C
46.
alongside his son Josh, Ryan Finesse, Sam Cankett, Simon Stevenson and Ryan Murray.
60.
Matt will be very relieved that he's come through this group. At times he has played sublime stuff.
180.
And the only times he's really been tested at the very limit was when he's had big leads and
140.
someone's just clawed it back.
55.
Nice leave there on 40 after 12.
38.
Little look of resignation there from James in leg 1.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
was
first
right.
leg. Matt Dennant.
That's a 15-darter from our Group A winner. A really tidy start, and I get the feeling the rest of this match is going to go at quite a pace.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Loves to get on with it, does James.
96.
There's not really anything on the line here, apart from the fact that Dennant will want to finish
100.
on 16 points. As far as the overall table is concerned, Richardson's on 6 and
60.
a leg difference of -5. It looks like Ryan Murray is going to be in the bottom spot. If James gets one leg in this match, he will make sure he's not in the bottom
60.
wooden spoon spot. But if Richardson wants to finish in 4th, he has to beat Matt Dennant.
60.
And he has to do so by 4-2. Or possibly 4-3, depending on legs 1. But we don't really need to check that right now.
135.
We can just enjoy this match for what it is. I'm sure these guys have played in many a local tournament in the
96.
Midlands.
James Ricard, 150.
Matt from the West, James from the East Midlands. There's lots of tournaments in the middle of them.
74.
In the sort of
Matt
Warwickshire
Ricard,
region
105.
of England. Double 16.
73. James Ricard,
James is not going to be
76.
looking down there. He's looking at the single though. For tops.
56. Matt Ricard, 32.
Is Dennant going 2-0 up again?
Game shot on the second
There's
leg.
your
Matt
answer.
Dennant.
15-darter followed by a 16-darter, and there's a really good way of saying how he's playing. It's just really consistent at the
Matt to
start
throw
of
first.
matches.
Game on.
There you see his average. We've already seen on many occasions this week
134.
Matt come out of the blocks well and go 2 or 3-0 up.
64.
But if there has been a failing of the group winner, is that he hasn't put his opponents away quick enough. But that's just me being super critical. That's not
91.
me leveling him with a critique. He's saying that to himself, believe me.
140.
He might just want to prove it to himself and get rid of James in quick fashion to say, yes, I can
99.
do this. This is my last competitive game for a couple of days. I want to make use of it. And he did beat James yesterday
140.
by 4 legs to 2 in the first game of the week. Back to the 60.
97.
Not quite.
James require 157. 57. Matt, you require
57's been trimmed off. Matt needs that.
60. James, you
For
require
almost
100.
that. 2 top, surely. Just above. It was very close.
80. Matt, you require 20.
Double 10 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third
very
leg.
good
Matt
leg.
Dennant.
18 darter is just the same as a 16 darter. Like I was saying earlier, there's no difference between a 13 and a 15 because you still win the leg.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Just like there's no difference between a 16 darter and an 18 darter. He's had 1 5-visit leg in this match and 2 6-visit legs.
140.
It's just a really good, steady performance. And maybe James has just lost a bit of the wind out of his sails, a little bit of air out of the balloon.
140.
But just watch that balloon re-inflate in the morning.
100.
Yeah, pretty good there. 95 average. And James is, I hasten to say it,
91.
never going to be happy with an 89. Unless it's a scrappy win. But from this position, it's increasingly unlikely.
60.
But where have we said that before? Just want to thank everybody who's tuned in on Sporty Stuff TV this morning and this lunchtime. Hope you've enjoyed the action.
134.
Be sure to
James
tune in
Rubal,
tomorrow from
150.
9:30 a.m. for more. And to everybody tuning in from around the world. Double 15. And it's a
James
150
shot on
out.
the fourth leg. James Richardson.
That's his biggest finish of the day so far. He might be about to go into overdrive.
Fifth leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Just going to have a look at James's stats
134.
for the last couple of days. I do believe that's his biggest finish. Because yesterday he didn't have a ton plus
60.
out. His biggest finish was 84. So maybe that's the little bit of an injection that he needs
180.
going into tomorrow. But Matt finds a second maximum. And it's 5 big
60.
trebles out of 6 darts to start leg 5.
$97.
Lovely switch as well. He's got his pick of segments on the board for that 90.
140. Matt,
He's
you
got
require
multiple
90.
visits to finish his Group A campaign with a win. Double 16.
Game shot
Well
on the
done,
match. Matt Dennant.
That's a 4-1 win, and I'm the one who said that he hasn't been putting people away quick enough. Oh, in my face. So, a 100.19 average, and I think that's the same as an average from yesterday. Well, he misses it by 0.01. 100.2 in his final game yesterday, so he knows how to finish the session, that's for sure. The Group A winner is Matt Dennant. Congratulations to him. You see him on 16 points, and the leg difference in the end is plus 17. Marsh and Teehan go to Group B, which will be tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Stevenson, Richardson and Ryan Murray, who finishes on the bottom of the table. They will come back tomorrow from 9:30. I hope you can join us then. Have a great Wednesday, whatever you are doing. I've been Paul the Ascent Nicholson. I'm signing out for now. Have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow.